Okay, I am live. Hello, everybody. I think Bob is not going to make it tonight because he said he only had like an hour's sleep last night. So he's going to get some rest tonight, which is a good thing. And this is Ed's night to spend time with his dad, so we won't expect him. So hopefully Sarah and or Blacky will be here soon. Otherwise, you guys are just stuck with me. So, hi, Divine and Grasshopper and Chappie and let's see what else is here. TN Fishkeeper, hi. Trash Cat, hi. Frank, hi. And hopefully, we'll have some other people wandering in here pretty quick. So, hi, everybody. Does anybody notice anything different about me? Oh, hi, Cat. Hi, Scuba Steve. Now, we'll see who mentions it first. And hello, everybody. And New Year's punchy. Yeah, I got new ears. My ears are wore out, so I got some new ears. Like princess ears. Hey, Grasshopper. So, what's up with everybody? People are just starting to wander in, so we'll see how it goes. My ears look kind of crooked, huh? Go on like that. Maybe that's straighter. I don't know. Kiwi, hi. Brand new ears. Yeah, I don't know how long they'll last because they seem to be cheaper made than the last ones. And the last ones I wore for about a year and a half or so before they wore out. So, but I don't think these ones will last as long because they're not made as well. So I'll have to kind of wait until I have a little bit more money and get a little bit better quality ones. But they'll do for now. So for now we have green and silver ears. And if anybody wants to come up, there is a link posted at the top. And other than that, if you have a subject that you want me to talk about, throw it out. Like I say, I know Bob's not going to show up because he said he only got like an hour's sleep last night. And then tomorrow night, he's got a board meeting. So he probably won't be streaming tomorrow either. So we won't be seeing him today or tomorrow. And Ed is the famous Ed is, this is the night that he spends time with his dad, which I think is totally awesome because that's more important than any streaming or anything. And I think it's pretty awesome that he spends time with his dad. So, and like I say, I think Sarah and Blacky should be showing up pretty soon, but we shall see. I don't even know if they even said anything about it yet. I'm looking really quick. Let's see. Oh, Sarah says I couldn't set up StreamYard to go from anywhere other than my YouTube. So if you give me your PayPal and let me know how much it is, I'll go halves. You don't have to worry about it. Don't worry about it. I got it. Done deal. I had to pay this month because I ran out of time. And I still had 3-4 days left before it rolled over. So yeah, I had to pay. So I just paid. Because you have to do what you have to do. And let me see what else I got going on here. I think that's it. Probably they'll be showing up any minute now. How was your Easter? Easter was just another day in paradise. I don't really celebrate Easter much since my kids have grown up. I used to, even when they were young adults, when they lived close, but everybody lives so far away now that I don't do Easter baskets or celebrate in any way because, yeah, my kids are too far away. I'm dealing with incredible tooth pain, but good news, bad news, I get yanked out Thursday. I thought you already got one just pulled not too long ago. I hope that you start feeling better. Hey, Mike. Hey, GRB. I have a daddy day next Monday, so we're going on a bus trip to Catlin's area, a museum or two, and a couple short walks. That sounds cool. That sounds cool. How you doing, Mike? Bob is not going to show up because he only got like an hour's sleep last night, and Ed, it's Tuesday night is his night that he spends time with his dad, so I don't expect either one of those to show up, and I'm hoping that Sarah will show up anytime. And yeah, I hope Grasshopper starts feeling better because there's nothing worse than a toothache. Absolutely nothing worse than a toothache. And what else is going on with people's? I got my favorite coffee cup, if anybody's noticed. It says, have a nice day, because I'm such a sweetheart. Because everybody loves a nice, friendly cup of coffee, right? Oh, you did a good Easter dinner for people that were homeless. I knew you were doing something like that because I saw that you made a whole bunch of hams. I see Terry. Hello, Terry.
Hey, you young woman. How are
Yeah.
you?
You like my new ears? I've got new ears.
Oh boy.
Super shiny ones.
Have you seen my new bundle of evil that I've been carrying around with me?
Um, the new puppy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see it again.
Okay, she's a little tired. Come here. Sweetie.
I remember you showed us when you
Sweetie.
first got her.
She's beat
But I am
because
always up to see new puppies.
yeah. We'll talk about this new puppy thing. Come here. Come on. Oh, good God Almighty. Come on. Up here. Look.
She's getting big. How old is she now?
6 months.
She's getting there.
There you go. There's Pam.
Ouch. How much did she weigh? Does she weigh? Do you know?
About 50 pounds.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good. Her ears are standing up good and straight.
Oh, they've been standing up for a while. So how you been? Long time no talk to.
Oh, good. Well, kind of good. My health has been better, but we're getting old, so I just don't worry about it. Just got to go from day to day.
There is absolutely nothing good about getting old.
No. Nope.
All you young people out there, live your life because it doesn't get any better.
Yeah. Some days I get like my feet swell up so much that I can hardly even walk across the room. That's the worst I'm having right now. But it'll get better. Well, maybe not, but I'll get used to it.
Pam used to have one just like you. Which proves if you keep it up, I can bury you in the backyard and buy another one looks just like you.
My first German Shepherd that I ever had, his name was Stony. And I still remember when I went to, I took him for his 6-month doctor's appointment. They'd check for worms and get his shots and all that stuff. He weighed 95 pounds. The vet asked me, he says, "Do you have any idea how big this dog is?" And I was like,
Yeah,
"No."
that's huge for
And he's like,
6 months old.
he weighs 95 pounds and he's 6 months old. This is a big dog.
Yeah, the boy German Shepherds get a lot bigger than the females do, but that's still big at 6 months.
Yeah, he was big.
Yeah. All right, you went down, don't you?
Now Stony Buddy, he weighed of course he was an adult, but he weighed about 89 pounds when he was full grown, so that wasn't too bad. Not anywhere near as big as Stony was, but an 89-pound dog isn't small.
So what else you been doing? Anything good?
Just
I
drawing.
hope not.
No, I never do anything good. Me, I've just been doing the YouTubes and drawing. I've got 3 pieces that I need to sell, but I'm not super worried about it because I did get my rent paid. So I'm okay until the first of the month again.
Oh,
But I have a duck that I did Saturday night. I still haven't gotten a good photograph of it, and I have a not a western grebe, a lesser grebe.
Did you ever try drawing that picture I showed you?
Which one? And I got a buffalo.
It was an egret of some kind.
A heron. You sent me a heron that I have not done it yet, but I still plan to. Hey, Anthony, how you doing?
Hard. That one will be hard to do.
Yeah, it's a blue heron. And I have it saved to do, but I just haven't.
Well, you told me. You're like, you sent it to me, that's it. I'm doing this one.
Yep, I'm going to. I like herons. But that's just all I do right now, because I'm old and I don't really get out of the house much. And I need to, I'm going to try tomorrow because I still have a few things that I got to get mailed. But my feet have been giving me such a problem that I have not finished sending everything. But I'm going to. And
I'm going to
tomorrow.
tell to anybody, I can't tell from this screen on how many people you got, but I'm
not a lot, 11 or 12 right now, I think.
Whoever's listening, when Pam sends you something, it'll be well taken care of.
Yeah.
The artwork I got from you took me almost a day to finally get to the artwork.
Yeah. I wrap stuff up pretty good with tape, I have to admit.
Yeah. I felt like an archaeologist. I was like, all right, there's one layer. There's another layer. Some of it, more tape. Oh my God. It took forever.
Oh yeah, I confess I'm really bad about that stuff.
I swear to God, it took me at least 3 beers to get to the artwork.
Yep, I'm bad. So what have you been up to, Terry?
Today, I took off of work just because I had anal glaucoma. I just couldn't see my ass going to work today.
Hey, that works.
So instead, on Saturday, I took my girlfriend to this antique mall. it's just this gigantic, huge building with all these vendors.
Oh,
But
now
the vendors,
that's something pretty cool and fun.
right? But the vendors don't have to be there because the whole building does one checkout. So everything's done by whatever sticker is on the item. So the that sticker denotes the vendor, how much it was, how much the vendor made, yada yada yada. Well, we were looking at this one booth and she saw a wine glass cut. She collects wine glasses. But there was no sticker on this wine glass. So she went, well, that's unfortunate. And she just put it back. Well, today I had to go back there. I found that exact wine glass, took a picture of it in the booth next to the other stuff, went to the counter and said, what do you guys do if something doesn't have a sticker? And they said, well, we can look it up by vendor if there's a description that matches, or we can just call them. So eventually they finally had to call the vendor, and I got a super cheap price on it. And it worked out really good. So I got the girlfriend her glass that she wanted because I went the extra mile, I guess, because I'm a cool boyfriend.
That's awesome.
Yeah, the funny thing is the person that owns the booth didn't realize she had it, and she was like, $3. I like $3. Fuck, I was gonna go to like 25 on this thing. I was like, it's a good thing it wasn't in person, because yeah, it could have turned out ugly for me. So I got this that wine glass for $3.
That's awesome.
Of course, the girlfriend ain't gonna know that. Oh God, you wouldn't believe what I had to go through. It was horrible. I had to mortgage my house for this wine glass.
I remember years ago, I had some a set of 4 real crystal wine goblets, and yeah, my ex-husband broke them one at a time.
Oh,
When you're in the living room and you hear real crystal break in the kitchen,
yeah, lead
there's
crystal.
there's no mistaking what it is. You know what it is. I mean, you
Sure.
don't even have to go look. You know that was not a glass.
You hear this ting, and then you go, well, that was a shitload of money.
Yep, I was like, there goes another wine glass.
I did. We went to that same day, that same Saturday. We went to a different town where they just have a bunch of shops. And I also came across some leaded, honest to God, lead crystal. And,
Yeah.
and you can just do that little ting, you can just tap it and just gives that beautiful sound.
Yep.
And then I looked at the price tag and I gently
Put it back. Yes, that's why I never did replace my crystal goblets.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
hey,
took,
BK.
honest to God, one look at that price tag and I'm like, don't drop it. Don't drop it.
Yep, they are not cheap. That's why I was kind of heartbroken as they broke one at a time.
I looked at my girlfriend and I was like, we can't be in this store. It's weird though that's the exact same shop that I bought one of my anniversary clocks from, and they were not that expensive. But I'll tell you what, they've gotten expensive over the years.
Yep.
Their artwork. See, that's what you gotta find, Pam. You gotta find a boutique shop. Put your artwork in there. You'd be surprised what people will buy.
That sounded almost like an insult.
Well,
I mean that even buy my work, I choose.
it wasn't. No, that wasn't meant. Look, I have several examples of your work. Okay,
Oh dear.
I'm saying there's people better than me that'll buy your work. Okay, it was an insult to me, not you.
Hmm.
I'm very proud of what I have of your work. I really am. One of these days, I'll display it on camera out here since I'm doing these upstairs now and not in a fish room. So one of these days.
So why are you doing it upstairs now?
I'm actually taking down the fish room.
Hmm. Why?
I'm moving my show tanks up here, and then I got to start working and putting. I'm getting up there in years too, and I want to turn the fish room area of my basement into a living space because 90% of people don't want a fish room in their house. So when I go to sell this place, you know, I don't want to have a giant fish room in the basement. I want it to be a living space, you know, with a TV, and you can put a couch down there or whatever. Despite popular opinion, most people do not look for fish rooms in their house.
Really? That's unusual.
It'd be great if there was. I mean, if having a fish room was like having hardwood floors, I'd be golden. But yeah, it doesn't work that way. So what's Bob been up to? I haven't seen Bob in a while either.
He's been super busy working at the Ark and stuff. So every once in a while he's on one of my live streams, but not all the time like he used to be. Just every once in a while. And yeah, like tonight he only had like an hour's sleep last night. So tonight he's sleeping, and then tomorrow night when he usually streams, he's not going to because he's got a board meeting at the Ark. So yeah, he's just been busy, keeping himself really busy and trying to keep up with stuff.
Well, have you been keeping Blacky on his toes?
Have I been doing what?
Have you been keeping Blacky on his toes?
Oh, of course, yeah. Blacky and Sarah usually come in sometime or other on Tuesday nights. I'm actually taking his spot right now because it's just hard for them to stream right now themselves because of daylight savings time.
Oh.
Like we went forward an hour. So that made the stream a little bit harder for them, but then they went back an hour because, you know, they're opposite from us.
Right.
So
Exactly.
that made like a 2-hour difference from when he used to stream.
Sure.
So, yeah. So I'm taking his spot for a little bit till he figures out what he wants to do. Just because.
Man, that daylight savings time's been in the news. And at least where I live, and there's people every year, you know, they're like, oh God, I hate springing ahead, you know, and what they don't realize is that's the daylight savings time is when you spring ahead. When you fall back, everybody loves it, but that would be your normal time forever, which would mean that where I live, the sun would be coming up at like 3 o'clock in the morning and setting at 8. You know, who would want that in the summer? You know, you walk out of a bar and the sun's coming up and you're like, oh, crap.
There's somebody just came on from the King Frostmere stream because, you know, I'm a mod there. So quite a few people on here are from the King Frostmere stream. But Monkey Boy, hello, how are you? I just started seeing him recently on the stream, and he's I got to tell you a story about that because every time I see his name, I think of it, which I told him about last night. But one of my exes, he asked me, there's Sam's new puppy.
Is that a Belgian?
We think so. Belgian Malinois.
Yeah.
It doesn't shed, and that's a trait that Malinois have, is they don't shed. And the black face and the brindle. But she's pretty small, though. She's not a very big dog.
Wow. How old is
she? Between 5 and 6 months. Yeah. She could be a small dog.
I don't know. It looked like a Belgian to me.
Yeah, that's I mean, we think Dutch Shepherd, Belgian was the first thought we had, but yeah.
Nice dog, man. Seriously, nice dog.
Thank you. All right, that's it. My 2
Do you like
cents.
my
Bye.
new ears? Do you like my new ears? Oh, he just left before
That's it. He just wanted to show off his dog.
Yep, that was it. Oh, well. Anyway, what I was going to say about Monkey Boy. Years ago, one of my exes asked me to pick him up some beard dye for men because he wanted to dye his beard because he was getting a lot of gray in his beard.
Yeah, they call that Just for Men.
Just for Men. Yep, that's what it was. Yep, he asked me to pick him up some Just for Men, so I did. So when I got home from work one day, he had used it, but he also used it on his eyebrows. And his eyebrows just looked like these big dark slashes. I mean, it was horrible looking, right? So I called him Monkey Boy.
I thought you were going somewhere else with that, but all right.
So,
we'll go
yeah,
eyebrows. Okay.
I called him Monkey Boy for about 2 months until they kind of grew back and didn't look so bad. So every time I see Monkey Boy in the chat, that's what I think of is Monkey Boy.
Oh, man.
Because I'm kind of mean. I can be mean at times. I know you probably don't believe that, but I can be mean.
I find you to be the biggest sweetheart I ever know, but
yeah, right.
Yeah, I could see if I pissed you off. I could see that.
Oh dear, the same guy. I'll tell you another story about him because it still cracks me up. Because, like I say, I can be mean. And it's not. It's like 90% because I have a really weird sense of humor.
No, no way.
Yeah, but Al,
your sense of humor is completely normal.
But Al, this guy that I used to be with, he got a job driving truck at an onion place, and he did not read and write real well. So I always helped him out with stuff. So he came home from work. It was his first day. And he told me that the secretaries gave him a file card and wanted him to put his name and address on it for him, for her, so for the records. So could I do that for him? So I did, because I'm such a sweetheart. Sure. Yeah. So he came home from work the next day, and he said, "What did you put on that card?"
Uh-oh.
And I was like, well, what do you mean? And he says, well, I gave it to the secretary and she was passing it around the office and everybody was laughing. So what did you put on the card? So what I put on the card was, it wasn't that bad. It just said, hi, my name is Al, and if lost, please return me to, and then I put our address.
Oh God, that's too funny.
So I can be mean. Not like really, really mean, but I can be mean.
I could picture you very. I mean, you can laugh at a guy's eyebrows. Yeah, you can be mean. Poor guy. The poor guy is just trying to look a little bit younger, maybe get a girlfriend, and
oh my God, I laughed so hard one day because I got home from work and he'd been drinking. And he said, look, honey, I found some shears, like a hair cutter, and I cut my hair. And I looked and I started laughing my ass off because his hair was like, it was really horrible. He had bald spots all over the place. And I asked him, I said, what clippers did you use? And he pulled out, and he'd been drinking, and he pulled out the clippers, and they were the clippers that I used to use to shave the horses' manes before the fairs and stuff. So yeah, they were horse clippers. He used horse clippers on his hair. Hi, Sarah.
Well, hey, princess.
Do you see my fancy new ears? Uh-huh.
I do. They are very fancy.
Really shiny. Trash cat.
They are shiny. They're impressive, and the colors like match you.
Do they?
Yeah, because with your hair and eyes, and then I think they're great.
Hey, now that you've got some real talent up here, I'm gonna drop out and hit the hay.
Well, thank you for coming up, Terry, and thank you for showing us the puppy. She's
Hey,
grown.
do me a favor.
Grown quite a bit.
Do me a favor, princess, and say hi to Blacky for me, will you?
I will do that.
All right, you guys have fun.
Okay.
So, what are you up to today?
Well, scaring Terry away first. And then I've been doing like 100 things and frustrating myself because I'm trying to finish off this doll that I'm making, and so I like decide something I need to find for her, and then I go and start searching for that, and then I find something else in the box, so then I start doing something with that, and then I moved the box, and then there was like some mold on the wall, so then I went to get the spray to spray the mold, but then I got in the instead of getting the spray, I like made myself a cup of tea, and then I make the tea, and then I realize I need to put some washing on, so I go to gather the washing, and then on my way I notice the doll sitting there, and then I'm like, oh, I better do this other thing that she needs, so then I'll go and try and that's like just been my whole morning since I got up. Not actually doing anything, just walking from place to place with the intention to do one thing and then half doing a different thing. And what I told
of my life.
Yeah, well, it kind of is for me. So if I'm left to my own devices, that's all I can do. It's okay. Like if I was here all the time, what would happen is eventually stuff would get done, because eventually I would walk back past something and do the next step of it, and then maybe the next day I'll do the next step. But when I was in bed, when I first woke up, I was like, I am going to get up. Oh, because actually one of the other things I'm going to make some little books of drawings, and so I started making those, and I woke up and I was like, I'm going to do some drawing this morning, and I'm going to finish making that book. I'm going to do the binding of the book that I want to make. So that's what I promised myself. I said nothing else, just that. And you know what I did towards that? Nothing.
Oh shit. Well, right now, I'm going to blow you up. Do you have your drawings handy that might be for sale? And go ahead and show us what you got this week.
Okay. I can. I don't. Yeah. Okay.
Are they close?
What I have to show is still. Yeah. Well, I just have like what's already here from last time because I haven't gone and done more drawing. I mean to. I meant to.
That's me too. I don't have any new ones. But I have 3 little ones and 2 bigger ones for sale, but I haven't done any new ones.
But I
And
will.
I decide what I'm going to work on tonight.
Yeah, well, I'm going to try and do some stuff tonight as well. Well, it's funny because I say tonight, it's like lunchtime. But, so, yeah, I'll show you what I've got that's sitting here anyway that I've been working on mostly the other day anyway. But this one's from the other
I love
day.
that guy.
I'm quite fond of him too. And there's our little teeth. And he's on a really firm card. I like it. I have this one. Now, you will have seen some of this, but I didn't finish it. So I'm hoping to actually finish it off.
Oh, yeah, that's looking good.
Colors.
Yep.
Colors coming up on this one.
Yeah.
And we'll just see where it goes from there. And other than that, I've got this little one that I did finish the other day.
Oh, I love that guy. Can you hold it up a little bit higher and see if we can get it to focus? That is awesome. With the webbed toes. Yep, that's pretty cool.
There. He sat around for a while, half finished, but I got him done the other day. And then I've just still got some of these ones that I've had sitting here for the past few days. So, and like, you know, I've got some bigger ones too, but I'm so disorganized.
I love that guy too. And that one is just totally awesome.
So, you know, they're what's there. And we'll see what happens today.
So if anybody's interested in one of those, throw out a bid anytime while we're
Feel
like
free.
visiting here. And so I don't know if you heard, but Bob isn't going to be showing up because he only got like an hour's sleep last night. So he was going to go to bed. And Ed doesn't show up on Tuesday nights because that's his night to spend with his dad, which I think is totally awesome.
Very good. I support that. Very nice.
Okay, Divine, we'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by. And hey, Blacky. Blacky in the chat.
I should wait till he's here, shouldn't I? Because I have like a message to pass on. If I don't stay focused on it, it will slip out of my sieve-like mind.
Oh, Grasshopper, that sounds so miserable. There's nothing worse than a toothache. So
Yeah.
try to get some rest. Hold a cold rag up to your face.
Yeah. Toothache's horrible. I haven't had toothache for a while, but I used to have some really, really bad ones until they got pulled out.
Yeah, I get them about once a year because I've still got my wisdom teeth.
Wow.
And I can't get them pulled because the roots are wrapped around my sinuses. So when about once a year they'll try to come down, and I will get and on top of a really bad toothache, I will get the worst sinus headache that you can imagine.
Oh yeah.
So, and
I
that happens about once a year. So, yeah, it's not fun. There's nothing worse than a
That's not
toothache.
awful. No, and because there's just no relief from it.
Yeah.
It's so overpowering. I don't ever want any more toothaches in my whole life. They're awful. But yeah,
Is there something squeaking on your end?
no, I could hear a funny noise.
Yeah, it sounded almost like something electronic or something. It's quit now, though.
I've got a fan on here. I don't think that will be squeaky. Hang on.
It got up to about 67 degrees today, which is like really nice for this time of year here.
Beautiful.
So I don't have a heater on or anything tonight.
Nice. Well, we had a cold night last night. Yeah, it was not cold. Obviously, you will probably think it was warm and toasty, but it was our first like chilly night, properly. Hinting that summer's going to be over and we're going to.
Yeah, you guys are going to be heading in. Are you headed into fall now?
Yeah, well, it's supposed to be already, but for the whole beginning of it, it was hotter than what we had in summer. So it's been so stinking hot. But yeah, I don't know. It was about 10 degrees Celsius last night, so it was exciting. We were excited. Man, especially my middle boy, he loves the cold so much. And he's the sort of kid that he won't wear socks. He doesn't really have blankets on his bed. He doesn't wear long pants or jumpers. Like year round, he just likes the cool temperatures and relishes in the winter when it comes.
Yeah, some people are like that. It's a youth thing too.
Yeah. It's definitely easier to cope with extreme temperatures when you're youthful.
Yeah, there was I got some groceries about a week ago, and the gal that delivered them was wearing shorts, like shorts, and no jacket or anything. And it was 14 degrees outside, which is minus 10 degrees Celsius. And she was wearing shorts. I was like, you are crazy. I'm all outside, with sweatpants and a coat and all that stuff, and she's wearing shorts.
I saw an ad the other day for some denim shorts, and I don't know. I actually saved the ad because I found it so funny, but I don't know if I'll be able to find it easily. Oh yeah, there they are. I just see if you can see them.
Oh my gosh. Those aren't even shorts. Those are like underwear.
They're smaller than underpants. I mean, I don't know. It's fine if you want to wear them. But just don't call them shorts because they're not shorts. I mean, I suppose they are pretty short.
No, it's like a swimsuit or something.
Yeah. No, they just need a different name.
Bikini pants.
Yeah. And then whatever. I don't think that could be comfortable, but to each their own and all of that stuff.
Yeah, I wish Sam had his appointment tomorrow. Gotta wait
How
2
long
days
before
before I get
you see the dentist?
2 more days.
That's hellish.
Yeah.
Depending what it is, one thing I found that helped, and obviously it can depend, but clove oil can be quite good.
Yeah, that can help some. But when it gets to a certain point, there's really nothing you can do. I remember one night I had a tooth break in the middle of the night, and I sat up all night long just rocking back and forth with ice on my cheek. And I remember I kept telling myself, don't take any more aspirin. You've had enough. And then like half an hour and I'd have to take some more. And when everybody started getting up in the morning, my kids and stuff were waking up. I realized that my ears were ringing like really loud from taking so many aspirin. It was like my ears were ringing. And I called every dentist in the phone book and nobody would take me because I didn't have insurance. And the last one I called and she said, no, they couldn't take me because I didn't have insurance and stuff. And I started crying. And she said, oh, honey, just a minute. And she went and talked to the dentist and they let me come in and get the tooth pulled. And I paid him cash on the spot for it. But, oh, man, it was miserable. There's nothing worse than a toothache. Absolutely nothing worse than a toothache.
And that's you know, every minute with a toothache feels like forever. So getting through days and days without help is...
And nighttime is the worst. I mean, nighttime is the worst.
It's awful. I was lucky. I mean, I don't know what I would have done if it wasn't for, because like the laws in our country anyway have changed. So when I used to have really bad toothaches, you could buy over the counter like codeine.
Mm-hmm.
So you could get codeine and ibuprofen and paracetamol all, and I could buy them all. And even then, it didn't really help, but it, you know, took a bit of the edge off. And now you can't buy it anymore.
Yeah. They used to sell cough syrup when I was a kid, used to have codeine in it. But they don't anymore. It doesn't anymore. They don't sell it.
When my kids were little, they had a just over the counter syrup for kids that had codeine in it that you could just buy.
That's what it was when I was little. Yeah, that was normal. But now they don't. They don't.
No, I did. I had to get it once. One of my kids got really bad burns on his feet, and yeah, it was all pretty horrendous experience. But yeah, I was really surprised that it was like not a prescription or anything. It was like, oh, just go to the chemist and you can buy that. Wow. Well, don't know what to do.
Hey, Rack, how are you? I was just showing my daughter today. Well, I showed 2 of my daughters the little painting kit that Rack sent me. They thought it was pretty awesome.
That was very cute. I'm very thoughtful.
Oh, there's Blacky.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
You're muffly.
I'm what? Muffly?
Yeah.
Am
I just turned the volume up, but...
So how do you like my sparkly new ears?
Very, very fancy. Am I clear enough, though? I'm concerned now that Scungy said that, because
I can hear you now. I don't know if that's...
Soul Taker says, may I see the 4th drawing again? So which one is your fourth drawing?
That kind of a brain, do I? I have. We can start again. I can say one.
Yes, let me blow you up and you can show them all again.
Okay.
And I'll
Yeah,
number them as I go, and then I'll leave them in that order so that then we can remember. Okay, I did 1, and hang on, 2, and 3.
The web foot.
4.
It looks like a dragon.
5.
That one, I love that one. I absolutely love that one. I wish I was rich and had money.
6.
And that one is the twins. That's the name of that one, is the twins.
7. And 8. I'm pretty sure this one was
That's the other one that I looked at, the 8. And Takeover wants to see the number 3.
Number 3?
Yep, number 3.
Okay. So we can do that because it's not that one and not that one. It's this little guy.
Good old trash cat. Rack. Everyone.
The web foot.
Pardon me.
So if anybody wants to bid on it, throw a bid out.
And it's on in that nice small size. I also think that this size as well will also fit in an envelope. Just by the way, anything bigger than that probably won't.
Which one are you talking about? Trash cat? She capital letters, amazing.
Amazing. Oh, Mikey, I have to pass you on a message that Terry says hi.
Teo says hi.
No, Terry says hi.
Terry.
Terry.
Oh yeah, Terry was here earlier and he said to tell you hi. He ran when Sarah came on. He took off.
Yeah, I scared him away.
Because the talent, I think it was the words, wasn't it?
Well,
I did hear that from a distance. Now that you've got some real talent up here, I'll disappear or something.
Something like that.
Well, hi back to you, Terry.
Doesn't watch the streams and know how challenged I am. I'm gonna get my brain into some kind of gear.
How do you pay if you want a piece? You just you put a bid in, and when the bidding's over with, if you won, then you just send Sarah a PayPal payment. And I think it's like the ship from Australia, it's like $3 for
Tracked.
untracked, and it's $15 extra if you want a tracking number. But it's usually pretty reliable to get it either way. So
I don't think we've had an untracked not show up yet, have we?
Well, no, but they are taking long. So there are some that, I mean, they're out there and haven't arrived yet. But also, like the big pieces can't fit in the.
yeah, that's for the little ones. The bigger ones take a little bit more money to send.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that.
So do you have any art shows coming up, Sarah?
No, I don't. But mostly, I just haven't really been looking into anything. Which I
Rack
keep.
says your work is wonderfully surreal. Has it ever been psychedelically inspired?
No.
And by the way, Rack, I love the new one that you posted on Facebook of the fishing fly. I thought that was like awesome. I really liked it. Okay, sorry for interrupting.
That's all right.
So
I
I
just,
think
you know,
he's
it's all.
essentially saying, did you ever paint or draw whilst on the mushrooms or the acid
Yeah.
or anything?
So
like that?
I'm trying to think. Like there's probably some time in my youth where I did, but no, it's all just out of my brain, in my normal natural way. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like having something like psychedelics might, there's only certain times where it might actually be able to be focused into doing the artwork, because otherwise I'm more likely to be wanting to be out in nature in that case, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know if I could have ever sat down on mushrooms and been able to draw. I don't know if it's a conducive environment mentally to actually be able to sit down and focus on something.
Yeah, that's what I also think. I know that some people do. But yeah.
Trash Cat says that dragon colored painting literally took my breath away. Isn't it awesome?
Yeah, I was so scared about putting colors on there, but I'm glad I did. But it's still getting some more colors on it. Actually, that might be one that I should finish instead of starting a new one.
Is that where all of your inspiration comes from, Rack? Getting on the shrooms at the weekend, churning out the art.
I do like churning.
You like
I'm
what?
not doing churning out. When you just like really slow and you can just.
What is that background noise? It's
Yeah,
terrible. Sounds like a bloody ultrasound of someone's churning stomach.
something like that.
Art is a hangover distraction.
I also don't feel very creative if I'm hungover.
Right, I muted myself there for a little while and the sound was still coming through. Shall we take turns to mute?
All right.
What kind of sound are you hearing?
It sounds like an ultrasound of someone's stomach.
Oh,
That's the closest thing I can equate it to.
Well, I'll mute myself for a second here, see if it's me.
Hang on, Sarah's already muted for the minute and it's still coming through. Oh, no,
There you go.
she's
I'm
back.
on again.
Your turn. Your turn, Pam. I suppose it helps if we're still making noise as well for stuff to come through.
But I can't hear it anymore.
Yeah. Pam is the culprit.
It is probably the sound of my fan on my computer, so there's not really a whole lot I can do about it. Because that would be the closest thing to making noise right now.
It's all right.
It will probably quit on its own in a few minutes here. Or I could try moving the mic and see if that helps.
I mean, like, I'm not too fussed personally.
Well. Crikey, that's quite a sensitive microphone, isn't it?
It's a really cheap one, but I've had it for like 3 years now. I've been using it.
Oh, hang on. I'm going to go and get my other box of paints because I don't have the color here that I want. I see like remnants of it on the, because I get like wipe off my brush on there. So there's all like bits. I can see the color I want, but there's not a glob of the paint anywhere. I'm gonna have to go.
I was talking away explaining that my mic fell down behind the computer and was like resting against the computer, so it was probably the fan on my computer. Did it help after I moved the mic?
Yep.
Yeah, I can't hear it
Okay,
anymore.
that's what it was, and it had fallen off the shelf and was leaning against the computer itself. So, and my fan makes a little bit of noise, kind of just a little rumbling noise as it's going off. So,
hooray for troubleshooting!
That's probably what it was. All this, it was very technical. I knocked it off the shelf.
Nice.
As long as it wasn't alien hackers.
It might have been that too. You never know.
Could be just, they saw the opportunity to dive in while the microphone was down.
Yep, that's it.
Whisker, excuse I.
But yeah, I remember when the stream started, I knocked something down, but I didn't see what it was. But that was it. I just noticed that it was laying there. And like I say, the computer makes a little bit of noise when the fan is working. So that was probably it.
Lol, Nola says it was an ultrasound of the computer. Pam, your computer.
That's what it was, yeah.
The computer is with child. That'd be actually really good if computers could do that. I suppose it won't be too far away before they can self-replicate and build themselves. Get a new computer every 18 months.
I wouldn't mind that. If anybody wants to come up like Rack, you are sure welcome to. Like I say, Bob isn't coming up tonight because he only got like an hour's sleep last night, so he's without a doubt sleeping right now. And Ed reserves his Tuesday nights to spend time with his dad, which I think is pretty awesome. And I'm quite sure that in later years he will be really glad that he's done that.
Yeah, no doubt. Even though we have to, put up with not enjoying seeing Ed's creative mind at work.
Yeah,
it's
but still, that's like
a valid sacrifice.
Uh-huh. That's a very important thing, and I'm so glad that he does that. And I would not want to interfere with that at all. And I decided to draw a Canadian goose, and I'm just not sure how it's going to turn out right now. But then I'm just getting started on it, so who knows. And you added color to your drawing, and I think that you should show everybody.
Oh, crikey, it's so many pages back in the book now.
So much show and tell to do.
Isn't that awesome?
I think
I
I
think
may
that's
have
really
used
cool.
too many colours.
I like it.
I think I should have limited myself to like 2 or 3 and not just gone overboard.
We are always our own worst critic.
Yeah,
This
I
is
think
true.
lots of colours is good.
Yep, I like it. And that one is awesome too.
Whoops. And then there's one that I started last night that I'm currently fiddling with.
Aha, cool.
Yeah. Very cool.
So yeah, I'll see where that one goes in the duration tonight. Rack, did Rack have an art show, or is it still coming up? I know he was talking about it last week, I think. Some
Yeah.
show that he's got coming up.
I am not sure if he's still in here or not, though.
He's like me. Once he hears his name mentioned, his ears will perk up. You asking me, Soul Taker, what the second one is? Jesus.
Oh, there's Rack.
Pardon me.
Ahoy.
Hello. I think you need to show everybody that little drawing of the fly, the fishing fly, because I think I love that
Okay.
one for some reason.
All right. I did. Can you hear me? I don't know if
Yeah.
I rearranged the whole desk. You never know what's working and what's not. I did a new body of work, Pam. Thank you very much for your support. And the Tennessee State Makers Group is hosting a show. So I did a body of work around trout flies. I love to go fishing. I've done that since I was a boy. And so I threw together all of these trout fly models and sketches and paintings. And then the one that you saw posted just happened to be my favorite. So I'll be happy to show that.
Yes. I
And
want you to
Sarah,
show
I was
everybody that.
asking you about your creative experience. I've got a limited range of creativity. I think I would have to have enhancement to go beyond what I've seen in real life. So that's why I was asking if you'd had that experience. I've enjoyed the work of Salvador Dali and so many modern artists that say they were really loosened up after that. So I think it's amazing that you didn't rely on that and you stretched your natural creativity so far.
Like, I have had some psychedelics, but certainly it's not something for like, it's not something that sort of I do my art with, or something that's a big thing in my life, I guess. But
She's tripping balls most of the time anyway, Rack.
just how it goes.
I've painted from dreams, but even my dreams, they fall short of extreme, apart from the norm. But anyway, Pam, let me show you these show and tell items, if that's okay.
Yes, I definitely It is okay.
So the state juror show is coming up, and here are my submissions.
Oh
This
yeah, I
is,
saw that online too. That is on Facebook. That's awesome.
an upcycled wine cork I turned into a fishing lure that would be called a fly or a popper or a popping fly.
You know, the fish isn't going to stay on there with that little round ball on the barb, right?
Yes, but hopefully it will keep children off too.
Oh, those kids will learn a lesson though.
Righto. And here's a favorite. She's a cutie.
Wicked.
This is the upcycled pallet board that they're mounted on.
I think those are awesome.
Are your feathers like
I
obtained
saw
from the
those
shop?
posted on Facebook too, and I was looking at them and thinking they were cool. But when I saw that drawing, I just loved that drawing.
This is a guinea feather. You have guineas in Australia?
Guinea fowl?
Yeah. So these are dyed guinea feathers.
Yeah, some people keep them. My sister used to have a bunch of them.
Good watch animals, guard animals. And this is from the peafowl. And a piece of aquarium driftwood. And that's a piece of a branch, a stick I found while I was fishing on the riverbank. So these are the pieces that I've submitted for the state show. We'll see how I do there. And that came after a series of sketches. I'll just show these quickly. I don't know how interested in knowing about the flies you are. That's an actual fly, midge, zebra midge. And some of them I just sketched and colored. They're imaginary flies.
Those are awesome.
They're fun for me. I tell you they are.
Oh, jinx. Oh, sorry, Soul Taker. I was trying to get back to showing you that again, but we'll get there. So do you then go from these sketches and try and turn them into sculptures?
Not yet, Blacky. I do have a fly tying vise ordered. It's actually in the mail. And a couple of these I am going to try to tie. It'll be much smaller than these sketches. And then if I like them, I may exaggerate them into a artistic sculpture.
So this is the fly series, huh?
Yeah, it's just a body of work with flies. And I have been fishing recently. I don't know if I like that one or not. I've been trout fishing. There are several pictures on my Facebook page.
Yes,
Can I do a
saw
commercial
those.
about
Yep.
that, Pam?
Some very nice trout. Very nice trout.
This morning I had 499 followers. I'm trying to get 500. So if you're out there and you'd like to follow my Facebook page, you can be number 500. And after this is now, I'm sure this is a succession of refinement. And here's the final guy. This guy. This is the ribbed crossface prototype. And Pam, the actual one that you liked, I've matted, and it's been claimed by my wife, and
I'm not surprised.
it's in her collection. But it's very similar to this one, and that's actually a warm gray archival pen drawing. I don't know if you're familiar with these. I think they're Faber-Castell Pitt pens, warm gray.
Yeah.
On watercolor paper.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you very much. And that's it. That's the fly series. I have an art show
Yeah.
Friday at the local popcorn shop of all places.
Oh wow.
Nice.
No, that's Wednesday. Wednesday is the no. When tomorrow I have a radio spot promoting the show on Friday.
Ooh.
Yeah. So local art is active around here.
Very cool.
It's just a group of artists who've decided to make it active. There's no market. No one's selling a lot. And
Just
we've
there's
just
stuff
decided
going
to
on.
be active anyway. We're making it happen. So thanks for letting me share tonight, Pam. I'll have to, when you've uploaded this, I'll have to share it to all of my artist friends. Oh, and I'm going to pull up Facebook right now too. Anybody who wants to hit that follow button and be number 500 would be much appreciated.
Oh, I just posted it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pam. $4.99. $4.99. Bloody short of 500.
Which Facebook is it? Is it
Rat
one that-
Cross Studio.
It's all right. Then I don't have to feel guilty. I've been there for years.
Thank you so much for your support. I have a picture of a nice trout I caught 11 years ago, and I claim to be going back after her to see how she's doing after all these years. That's a native brown trout. Rat Cross Studio, thank you for your support. Pam, thanks for your time. Life is art.
That is true.
I'm not sure if we thanked you proper for your auctioneer skills last week, Rack. They were very good.
You made it very easy on the auctioneer. Man, those pieces were popular. Good job, Sarah. I am getting a haircut. Enjoy the lot while you can.
No.
Yeah, I tried to catch you, Blacky. I just can't do it. You win. I submit. I'm out.
I had myself convinced that mine had maxed out the other day and wasn't going to get any longer. And then I started pulling out. Well, I didn't start pulling them out. I was finding long ones that were longer than any I've ever seen before. Well, in this lot of hair growing.
Well, I'm going to get a haircut and make something of myself.
Get a haircut and get a real job.
I need to get a haircut, but I'll just stand in front of what I usually do is stand in front of the mirror and start chopping away. But I got new ears. You like my new ears?
That's what I was going to say, Pam. Who notices your hair when you're wearing those beautiful ears?
I had to get new ears because my other ones were getting floppy because they were so old.
Well, you got some fine ears there.
Can I just pop this one up again for Soul Taker?
Yes.
Honestly,
Hang on.
before going to bed or something.
Let me pull you up here.
I think that's the one that Soul Taker was meaning of mine. And asking what it was, I don't know what it is, man. It's just what it is, you know.
This might sound really strange, but this one has a really cervical feel for me.
Cervical.
Yeah, because it has all these particular curves in it. I don't know. Yes, that's what I think of when I see it.
That's what it's all about. Wait, I wasn't even drawing on that one, though. I was drawing on the other one. Now I'm drawing on two pictures at once, and that seems like a futile endeavor.
See, that's what I do, especially if I go to like the life drawing, then I might have like 7 on the go at once, all in front of me, and so I'll do like a little bit on that one, a little bit of that one, a little bit of that one, and that's the best space to be in, because then you just follow one, and when you have that moment where you want to pause, just turn away, and then I just go like to the next one that I feel really inspired by, so I stay on like all the time, and there's no down time in it.
It's great to talk to artists and hear the process. Everyone's a little bit different. I've been buying these watercolor pads. I don't know if you guys have these over there. They're like 4x6, 15 sheets, cheap, $4.50 over here. And they have 15 sheets. So if you get an idea, I like to rip off about 15 of an idea and see how it develops over the course of a dozen or so attempts.
So
You
where do you
remember
get
the
those
Purds?
at?
You got Pam, you know the Purds, right? You remember the Purds?
No.
They started out as a pair, and I converted them to birds.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yep.
Yeah, that's where I discovered that 15-sheet sketch idea. And listen, that Purd that I ended up on, like number 15 or 16, I made a print of, and here it is. It's selling like crazy everywhere I have it.
Yeah, I totally believe it because I think he's awesome.
It's so simple, and people love simple. They don't want to figure out a puzzle. They look at Sarah's stuff and say, "Oh, you're not supposed to figure this out. You're just supposed to enjoy it." That's cool. Then you got Bob Kaler. He likes everything, you know. Bob likes the chickadee and the sci-fi. I tried to do more plein air, Pam. It's not coming together for me. Takes more
Why not?
Takes more skill than I have.
Oh, you were doing so good.
Well,
What are you
I'm still doing. I may get there. I don't know, but I just do so well at abstract landscape. I start out plein air and go off the rails. And it is what it is.
What is the word you're using?
Plein air. It's French for painting outside or something. I think PLEIN. Plein air. This means painting outside on location. Monet was probably the most famous. But it's realism. You're painting what you see. I'm not good at that. It's not my bag. That's Pam's bag. We got an all-star right here on the panel.
Big time.
I appreciate your encouragement, Pam, and I am.
Yeah, because I really liked what you were doing. So.
Yeah, thank you so much. You know how we are. You mentioned it already. We're our own worst critic. It just wasn't meeting my expectations. It wasn't where I wanted to end up. I went to a big clinic and I said, it's just kicking my ass. I need more results faster. I'm just impatient.
Soul Taker is asking me how much for my drawing.
How much is it up to?
I haven't even taken an offer on it yet because it's not finished. What if I make 7 extra lines on it and ruin it? It'll double the price.
The artist dilemma. They're never finished. Sometimes they just sell. No, what is it? They're not finished. They just pause in interesting places.
Yeah.
That's a good one. I like that.
It's a Leonardo da Vinci quote. His quote on it was, paintings are never finished. They're just abandoned.
Do you guys see my gnome villagers?
Yeah. You showed us them last week. They're very cool. Bit of whittling, wasn't it? You whittled them.
Oh, yeah. I did. I whittled a bunch of those Irishmen with the tall cap. I got several small ones and a couple of large ones, and I mounted them all on a piece of pallet board that looks like a tractor. So it looks like a family bus, but it's a tractor. Silliness, just plain silliness.
My oldest daughter has been doing weaves of gnomes.
Ah.
Gnome weaves. Which are, a lot of them are pretty cool. She came up with a really good design for weaving them. at little wall hangings. Let me see if I can find one.
Is it what's she weaving with?
Different kinds of yarns and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, fiber.
Yeah, fiber.
Make me an offer on it, Soul Taker.
How about a starting bid, Blacky? Will you take a starting bid?
Yeah, no, what do you call it? Reserve. It's not really worth much.
You
And
don't.
you know, if you buy a Scunge Princess one as well,
Well,
they can go in the
how
same.
tell me
package.
this. I'm always asking this question of artists. How do you determine the value? How do you price your work?
Well, I was when I was doing when Huawei was auctioning with me, I was basically determining it based on the amount of ink that I'd invested in the paper.
Material cost.
Yeah.
But
I
for
mean,
the buyer,
I-
if it brings happiness and you amortize that across the number of days, weeks, months, years that it brings you happiness, and you can afford it, it's in your budget. I mean, I've got pieces. I may have talked to Pam about this. I'll never get paid a decent wage by the hour,
Yeah.
or they'll sell for a lot of money because someone just appreciates it and has a lot of money to spend on it. And that's the dilemma here in a soft art market. I'm having to sell online mostly.
I find it very difficult to price stuff, but there's some stuff that I find a lot easier because if I feel very emotionally invested in it, then I feel really strong about asking for a higher price for it and being really happy when it doesn't sell. Like
Yeah.
I just feel so happy and comfortable because I feel so connected with it. But then there are other ones where it's not that I don't like them, but I find it very difficult because you can also say how long it took you to draw something. But like you were showing with, you might draw 15 drawings and then you get the one good drawing. So the same with me. I feel like I spend a lot of time drawing. That is very scary.
That is cool, Pam.
Yeah, she's got all kinds of different ones, but she always makes them like with the nose,
Yeah.
and then the loose yarn is a beard, and then the
I like
hat.
it.
She has all different kinds of them. And I think
That's
they're really
awesome.
cute.
Is that on Etsy or someplace?
No, it's on Facebook.
Okay. Rain Rock Studio.
Yep, that's my oldest daughter.
Did you post that?
Huh?
I said, did you post that?
No.
Well, you should post it.
Yes, I should, huh?
Yeah. And to Sarah's point, also, I have to be careful to price something so that if it lands in a gallery show, there's enough to cover the gallery commission.
Yeah. Well,
You
that's
can't
another
price
thing. So like,
cheap and then raise it because it's in a show.
well, see, so I think that if something is in a show or in a gallery, then the price is always higher than if I sell it from me. Because I just have to up it by how much it's going to cost to sell it there.
Because they're going to take their cut. Which, by the way, here at this time, I'm finding a very clean average right around 30%.
Yeah, that's about here.
In times past, it had gone up to about 50%.
Yeah, 30% is about average here too. Or there's very few places that you get less than that taken,
I don't want to price people out of the market. I sell $5 prints. I want art to be accessible. And I want it to be sustainable too. I don't want to sell it so cheap that it appears to have no value. So it's constant. It's in flux. I work with the galleries and see what I want them to have their 30%. So what do we think a piece can bring? But once it's priced, once I put it out there and it's priced, that's the price. I don't jiggle around with the price much.
I gotta show you. I'm gonna show you guys the one that my daughter is working on right now. This is like the second one of this type she's done. She's kind of experimenting with weaving and doing a landscape. And she actually, there's a red circle in this one because she was showing me part of it she doesn't like, and she's not sure what she's going to do. So, but I'm going to show you anyway because she was showing it to me earlier today. If anybody's interested, you don't have to be.
Just
But
make
this
me an
is-
offer.
this is
I'll
my
take it.
oldest
I've never
daughter
sold
here.
anything before.
Hey, Kat, good to see you too. Was that 40 or 50 for you, Mikey?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It seems a little bit exorbitant to me.
What am I doing here?
No.
50, 40 might have been a good offer for you. You better follow up on that. That was from Soul Taker.
Yeah, but it might be cryptic and be saying 50 minus 40, so being offered 10.
I would hold
That's
out
the-
for 15.
That's the way I first read it. I mean, it'd be exciting to
Oh,
actually
yeah.
sell some more.
Yeah. So she's working on a loom.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's kind of playing around with the idea of doing a landscape. So I think it's kind of
Yeah.
cool.
That's very
Yeah.
popular here in the mountains. That's extremely popular.
Soul Taker says he'd pay 50.
Yeah. There you go,
Hi,
Blacky.
Andy.
I'm not.
Air that thing out of there and put your pen down.
Yeah, well, I stopped drawing on it as soon as Soul Taker started mentioning buying it, but I had added some little things, so hopefully they're not noticeable and wrecking it.
Soul Taker's $50 with the dollar sign. That's official. Sign it. Sign it, Mikey.
Oh.
Yep, you got to put your signature on it.
Oh, yeah, that's something I haven't considered.
And you need to throw out your PayPal.
No, I don't have one. It'll have to go to Scungy's PayPal. I mean, I do have one, but I haven't updated my details for ages. I think I've lost all of my Teespring money. All like $30 of it or whatever it was.
How long you been working on that piece, Blacky?
That one I started on last week's show. Or did I start it on Sunday's show? Saturday night show. I think Saturday night show.
Yeah, I think you had it well underway the last time I was on.
So it might have actually been the Sunday show before, and then I continued it on the
6-8 hours, something like
other
that.
one. Probably not quite that many, but maybe 4 or 5. I think I tinkered with it a couple of times at night as well, off stream. Because normally I'd only just been doing drawing and stuff whilst on stream. Oh, g'day, Andy.
Yeah, but we've infected him.
Aquariums
What's that?
by Andy. Yeah. I don't know if you were here a minute ago. Aquariums maintained by Andy, but I submitted. Blacky won the hair growing contest. I'm out. I'm going to get a haircut soon. I can't keep up.
I had one the other day. I did my sides.
Yeah, I'm doing that, and I'm cutting the length. My wife doesn't like to go out in public with me anymore.
The rabble.
Yeah. Totally. Longer hair, by the way, longest hair from a male in my family ever.
Wow.
I could probably claim that as well, I think. But even though I've had my hair longer than this in the past.
My son was in a rock band when he was in high school, and I've surpassed. We looked back at photos, and I win. And he's in the military now, so he's not in competition anymore. So I won. I'm getting a haircut. Well, Blacky, you won. I won in my family.
Andy says, your front, though, you won. don't know what that means. Is he saying you're a gorgeous looking man, perhaps?
Well, I get that a lot. Thanks, Andy.
I don't want to contradict that, but I think you might have meant that you were in the beard department.
Ah, right. Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, I finished this one out. So.
That is gorgeous. Look at that.
Oh,
Nice.
done.
Oh, that is awesome.
Yeah, that vibrancy sings to me. I love it.
Oh, yeah.
Nola
Really
says you should save some of your hair to use in art rack.
I thought about it. I don't know if it's creepy or not, but I did think about it.
Like, it's funny. It probably is. I did a painting with someone else's hair in it once, but it wasn't. I didn't really choose to do it that way. It just happened.
What?
But I saw a book that I really wanted to buy. It's actually like, humorous, but it's called Crafting with Cat Hair, and it shows you all of the crafts that you can make out of your cat's hair that it leaves all over your house.
Well, all of those flies that fishermen tie, that's all different animals' hairs. So did you close the sale there, Blacky?
Yeah, I'm happy to close it there. I mean, how could I not be? My first art
you
sale
guys wanna
ever in
wrap
the
that up,
world. I
and-
get $50 for something.
Yeah, beautiful. If it works for everybody, I love that. I love it.
Soul Taker still says about scungies, it's still like the third.
Yeah. Okay.
You want to
If
pop that one back up again?
Blacky's done, yeah, there you go. Is that the one you're talking about, Soul Taker?
I believe it is. And my concern is that the Soul Taker might be talking about $50 for Sarah's one.
I'm pretty sure it was quite clearly talking about you.
And that is the one he confirmed. That's the one he's talking about.
And will A5 fit into those envelopes?
No, I don't think A5 will fit in a regular envelope. That's what I was saying, because this is like A6, and I think that's the biggest that can go in an envelope.
Wow.
This one's A5, and it's just like, I'm prepared to go to the post office and ask them if I can send that like size, and this is something that was that size, and then I can let everyone know. So next time I go, I'll ask them, or if someone ever buys something that's bigger, I can find out if there's a different price for an untracked in a bigger envelope. The only ones I know about are kind of your regular postage size, but I've been able to send, I have these square cards that I got made, and they go regular envelope shape size, but everything else is, just what can fit in a regular envelope, which
Sarah,
that's bigger.
Soul Taker says 40 for yours.
Oh,
50 for
Thank
Black.
you.
Kat's trying to clarify. So thanks, Kat. We'll see what happens. But he said 40 for hers.
I just thank you to everyone because I'm so bad at paying attention.
Yeah,
I'm bad
okay.
at
We got clarification thanks to Kat.
But that was for number 3.
Yeah, your number
40.
30. I think that's he verified that the one she was holding up, yes, was
That's
the
that
third one.
That's that one, yep.
40 and 50 for Blackies is right.
And he says, yep. So you guys could probably send them together too and save some money on the shipping.
They should definitely go together if they're both going.
Are you guys agreeing to that sale, or do you want to see if there are any other offers?
I'm all good Mikey's on silent. Does he know?
Mikey's good with the 50, he said.
Yeah, sorry, I was talking to my sister, my younger sister.
So, but one of you, Blacky, is going to have to put in her PayPal, because Grasshopper is not here.
Yeah,
And he's usually right on top of it, and I don't have it because he's so good at it. But he's got a toothache, so he is not here.
We missed
So
the
we need
Grasshopper.
somebody to throw down Sarah's PayPal, which you can send both to, and put your mailing address on it too.
Is it Hippies Go Sick at Hotmail? Can you confirm with the chat that I entered the right email address, please?
I'll have a look, but what I'm going to do... Oh, wait. Hang on. Yeah.
Okay,
What
so
are
that's the email. So is the PayPal the same thing, or?
Yeah.
PayPal.
Okay.
I have a better email for emailing me on, but that's the
Okay,
one.
so Dr. Black66 has posted hippie_go_sick at hotmail.com as the PayPal address.
Yeah,
And
and
which
be sure to send her your
email?
mailing address too.
You want your Scunge Princess at hotmail.com as your email? Or, right.
That's the rest of my email.
Whoops. Yeah, that's how you spell it.
I'm getting an echo. Is anyone else?
Yes. And Scungy, can you please confirm that the email address I have entered into chat for emailing you is correct?
Like I say, I've
That is incorrect.
kind of depend on Grasshopper for that, and he has a toothache, so he is not here tonight. So
When I used to be a decent moderator, I used to have a folder on my desktop where people that I was moderating for, I had all of the links that I needed in like text files and stuff.
yeah, I think he does something like that too.
Mikey,
Yes, love.
my email address is not Scunge Princes. It is Scunge Princess.
Oh my god.
Lucky you had me look.
I always find it's best to measure twice and cut once.
Yeah. Measure once, cut a whole bunch of times until it fits.
Right. Fingers crossed. Sarah, can you triple check now that I've got all of those emails correct?
Okay.
I think so, Kat. I think we're wrapping that up as a sale on both.
I think so. Unless Sarah wants to hold out for more on hers. I'm very appreciative that someone would even want to pay me money for mine.
Sarah, you good with that? Is that sold?
Good and grateful.
Okay.
Now, did you say we have to work out, you have to take a trip to the post office to find out how much postage and shit will be?
Well, so yeah. Hang on. I will
them.
Yeah, because if yours is a 5, it won't fit in a regular envelope. That mine will. I'm just will go and have a look on the Australia Post. It might tell me. I can sometimes find information on there, and sometimes I can't.
I'm not sure if Soul Taker would enjoy the idea of me just folding mine in half so it fits in an envelope. I don't think that would be wise.
Quarter it up, stick it on the fridge. Nice.
It's probably got enough
No,
cigarette
Soul
ash
Taker
in
says
it.
no. Interrupt that thought. Soul Taker says no. Don't fold it.
Ah.
Hey, your postage and handling, mate. It's up to you.
Okay, so Soul Taker is going to get both of those. You guys are going to work everything out via PayPal and email. Pam,
I've
do you
got to
have
work
anything
out
to
how to
sell
bloody
tonight?
sign
You
my
wanna-
name on a picture. How do you do that?
Everyone does it different, Blackie. You
What
show us how you're
name do
going
I
to do
even
it.
use?
Pam, do you have anything to sell tonight?
Well, I do, but I haven't really been pushing them much.
Well, let me see one. Let's see if we can get some.
I've only got a
If we can
couple.
get some action going. Soul Taker has bought the only 2 pieces of art tonight, and other people may want a chance.
I'm working on this one, but it's not done yet.
Canada Goose.
Yep. And then I've got a little mallard that I did Saturday night,
Mallard Drake. Beautiful.
which the colors are kind of cool in it.
Yeah.
It's got
That's
beautiful
iridescent.
colours.
That's good, Pam. I like what you did there. Do you remember what color of green you used there?
No.
It's like a viridian green.
Oh, you know what I used is to do the head on them.
Yeah.
I started out with like it's colored pencil.
Yeah.
So I started out with a pale blue,
Oh.
and then I added a pale green over a lot of it. And then I added kind of an emerald green to start putting in the shadows. And then in the darkest shadows, I kind of added like a forest type green.
Nice.
So by leaving parts of each color showing, it kind of ends up being kind of iridescent color
Yeah.
looking.
Yeah. Very nice.
I got a buffalo.
Oh yeah, that thing is awesome.
Mm.
Such spoof.
Does anyone else enlarge yourself, Pam? Let's look at the detail on that.
Well, it doesn't show up very good on the webcam.
Did you do that when you were in Yellowstone?
This is a girl from Yellowstone. Yeah, it's like a
Wow.
female,
Woo.
but the detail doesn't really show. But there's the
Well,
buffalo,
we get the idea.
and I'll show the mallard drake again bigger.
Beautiful.
And then I've got the grebe from the other day that I haven't really done anything with, but I still got it.
At least Grebe.
Yep.
Red eye.
And that's what I've got. I've got a couple big ones too, but I've got that one.
Is that a bighorn sheep?
That's a bighorn, yep. And that is a 5x7.
Pretty cool.
And then I've got an 8x10 of an elk butt.
Oh yeah.
And that's what I've got right now.
Very
And I'm working on the goose.
So you're still working on the goose. You've got the bison female ready to go.
Yep,
You've got
And,
the large elk butt.
yep, the elk butt. It's an 8x10
And
framed at 11
Bighorn,
by
the least grebe.
Mm-hmm. And then the mallard drake. The little cards, I've got the least grebe, the mallard drake, and the buffalo. And then I got a 5x7 of a bighorn sheep, a young guy. He's probably about a 2-year-old. And then I've got the elk butt, which is 8x10, matted to an 11x14.
Got BJ Palmer and Sandy Darty in the house. Hey,
G'day,
guys,
BJ.
what-
G'day, Sandy.
What do you usually start those cards out for? What price?
Me?
Yeah.
$20.
$20. Anybody interested in any of those? The mallard drake, the buffalo, or the least grebe, starting at $20. Drop a number in the chat there. We'll be keeping an eye on that. And then the larger one, that bighorn sheep was special.
Yeah, that's a 5x7.
Yeah, that's a big
And
guy.
I wouldn't want to sell him less than 75.
Yeah, and that
Or-
requires more shipping, like Sarah was talking about.
Yeah.
75 starting on the bighorn sheep.
Yeah.
And the
And
elk
then,
was already matted and bagged and stuff.
Yep, and he's ready to go, and he's like $100 start for him.
Okay, we got a $20 bid on the mallard, Pam. Can you hold that
Okay.
up? Nola's Dolls and Aquatics says, yep, let's get going on that mallard because of all the color layering you did on the head. Light blue, light green, forest green. You're going to have to blow yourself up, Pam. We're not getting it good enough that way.
Yeah, the webcam just doesn't show things very well. I haven't taken a photograph of this one yet either.
It shows Blacky very well. Blacky looks good on the webcam.
I look good on all cameras, mate.
There we go. Now we can see some shading in that mallard head. $20. That's beautiful. And
So
orange
nice.
feet.
Beautiful.
Yep. He's got
Cool.
orange feet.
That's a colorful little card. What's the
And then
size
he's
of
got-
that?
And then the reflections in the water.
Oh
I
yeah,
love
the feet.
reflection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the size on those cards?
They're like 2.5 by 3.5, I think.
Yeah.
They're the size of a baseball card.
What do you call them? ACOs?
ACEOs.
ACEO.
Yes.
G'day, thanks, Dust.
Yeah, you got a $20 bid on that mallard. That's active. Nola's Dolls and Aquatics can't do without it.
We got BJ asking about Ruby, Scungy. Do you still have Ruby available? I can't remember if that disappeared or
Ruby. Oh, yeah. Well, no, it didn't because there was a whole thing about it. And
That's
then I
right.
didn't actually really wanted it and I didn't. Hang on, but it's here somewhere because I put it
Oh, it
aside.
sounds good, BJ. She thinks she's got it. I like Burbs too, Nola's. Is that the one you're talking about, BJ?
Yeah, that's Ruby.
It's called Black Face.
ACEO stands for Art, Cards, Editions, and Originals.
And artists started doing that to trade with one another, right?
Yeah, and it was started by artists to trade with each other, so that to get pieces of art from other artists is how it started.
That's a
So
good idea.
they're kind of like collectibles.
I have several of those from you, Pam. I enjoy them.
Yeah.
I have a stack. And because you put them in those plastic protective coatings, hard plastic,
Yeah.
you can stack them like a deck and just rifle through them without damaging the art. It's a lot of fun. We're waiting to hear back from BJ on Ruby. She said she's had trouble with her internet, but it's working right now. And so far, we only have Nola's interested in the mallard at $20.
I probably should take this lull time to just say I've never sold a piece of art before, so I really appreciate that.
So are you excited?
Let's give Blacky a hand. Good job. Congratulate Blacky on his first art sale. Way to go, Michael.
Yay.
Good job.
Awesome.
Good job.
Awesome. And it happened on my stream. Everybody remember that? Blacky started
That's right.
his
Way to go, Pam.
road to fame on my stream.
Surrounded by inspirational artists. I did
Yes,
my
and
hands
we
the
can
wrong
all
way.
say we knew him when.
Yep.
And well done, Soul Taker. Good job helping an artist out with his first
What
sale.
in the world does your shirt say? I'll hold it up so hopefully you can see it. It says, let me see here. Which way am I going?
Yeah, you're good doing this, Sarah.
Because I'm going the wrong way with it. But it says fatties against fascism. There you go. That's my favorite shirt.
Oh, I'm so
My
quiet.
shirt starts with an F as well.
Yep.
That's nice. That Seymour shirt's nice. I have to say.
Yep.
I'm a
bought that.
gardener, and I dig that. I've got carnivorous plants in the bog. Seymour is a hero.
Oh, is that? I remember years and years and years ago when TV was still black and white. There was like a science fiction film show that was every week, and I don't remember what it's called now. But it was in black and white. But I remember they had like a guy that was feeding this plant, and it kept saying every time he was feeding it people, and it'd say "feed me."
That's the one.
And then when it bloomed, it had everybody's faces on it that it had
Yep.
eaten. Yep.
Little Shop of Horrors.
Yep.
I think it was actually like a musical in the 30s before it was turned into a film. It was a stage production.
I learned that my
Maybe
auntie
not
was in
recorded.
the production of it in this country.
Probably there was a ukulele in that production.
Well, I'm going to go with the mallard being sold to Nola.
Sold Nola's Dolls and Aquatics for $20. The beautiful
Sold.
mallard painting by Punchy. And
Which is good because
that's
that
your
he was
collection, Nola. You're gonna love that.
Yep.
And,
And that
did anyone hear back from BJ about the Ruby?
Her internet probably
That's
dropped out.
I just keep it aside for her. So
Yeah, if you can hear us, BJ, Sarah says she's gonna hold that for you since you're interested.
It's safe.
Kat McKenzie
That's
noting the
nice
sold in
to
the chat. Thank you, Kat.
that she brought it up because
Lovely.
it made me remember that I had like the paint ones that I sort of forgot I had off to the side there, all the like color ones, and some that I have half finished. I think there's about 8 half finished ones.
Oh no. I don't know what is the difference between like and follow on Facebook, because someone from the chat liked my page, but I still have 499 followers. Facebook is so confusing.
yeah, you got to click on follow to follow you.
I don't know. And sometimes I'm sure you don't have the option. You have the option to like.
Because I've got a lot of people that will like my different pieces that I put on my art page on Facebook, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they are a follower.
Let's see who that was. I think it may have been Trash Cat.
But likes you do on particular pieces mostly, and then you got to follow to see all the new stuff. I'm not even sure how many followers I have now. I got to check and see just out of curiosity.
Well, thank you for the like. Of course, the Facebook name is different than the username, so I don't want to say it on the air. What else do you have, Pam or Sarah? Sarah, what size was your vibrant one with all the colors in it?
So interesting. So that one's 8.5.
That's a big one. Yeah.
I think it's about 15 by 20 centimeters approximately. And further to our other prior conversation about the cost of postage, I had a look up, and it turns out that this should still send as a small envelope. From what I can see on the website, it says that a small letter is no larger. Oh, no, it won't.
Is that close to a 6 by 9 inch? What in inches?
Hang on, let me work that out. I can find that out. It just take me a second.
Huh. I don't know how many followers I have. It just says over 1,000. But it doesn't give me an exact number.
Isn't that crazy? Facebook formerly had some sort of a bonus thing. I talked to a creator, and they were making $1,200 a month on Facebook.
Whoa, how'd they do that?
Now they've stopped it. They had some sort of a business account, like They just converted their page to a business page. It's like, wow, that would social media for the little guy is tough.
Yeah. I never have gotten any money off of Facebook. That would be nice to get some, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Well, Saints Dust Aquarium says, "How long do we have to pay?"
For me personally, I'm flexible depending on what someone. If someone's clear and we have good communication, then
Yeah, communication is the key. There's several email addresses floating around. Work it out with the artist.
So I'm comfortable. If someone wants to buy something that they don't have money for, but they know like when they will, then I'm totally happy to commit to that. And I'll put the piece aside and just package it up ready for when they have the money for it.
I think that's typically the case unless it's an auction and you have others willing to pay right away. You may be muted, Mikey.
Yeah, he's talking not to us.
Well, he's looking at the camera, or at least he's on camera talking. I could read his lips there. I know what he said. He said the koi are hungry. Would someone please go feed the koi? Ethan says yes on Ruby.
Oh, nice. Okay, beautiful. Then I've got that, and I'll even put it ready.
She was a little bit more emphatic than that, Rack.
She actually said yes, 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 on Sarah's Ruby.
In capital letters.
Exclamation points all over the place.
I think that she already bought Ruby, didn't she? She just was having trouble getting it paid for, and she was letting you know that she still wanted it.
I believe that is the case.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Mystery solved. Thank you, Pam.
And so to clarify just further about the size of this.
Yes.
So it is about 6 inches by about 8.5 inches.
8 1/3. Yeah, I was telling all of my measurements across the microphone.
Doing
before I
math
realized that I was
on Punchy
muted and
Paints
engaged
Live.
in another conversation.
But also I was mistaken because I thought these could go into a small size envelope, but it turns out they're just too tall. It has to be a centimetre shorter, but it could be even longer. So that means it can't go in the small size.
So let me ask you, Sarah, as an artist, does that influence you on what size media you paint on?
Yes and no.
Yeah.
Like mostly I try and just follow my inspiration and what I want to do, but it does make me like more inclined to, if I'm tossing up what I'm going to do, I'm like, well, I just grab a little one and do a little one. Plus the other thing about little ones, but yeah, it's really hard because I try really hard not to let the idea of selling stuff influence how I'm working. When I start doing that, I start getting like flogged up. So I have to just do whatever I feel that I need to be doing at the time.
Again, the process, it just varies. Great to hear you talk about yours.
There's also something though, which I really try not to be affected by, but it does affect me because when I'm not selling work for a long time, I can't move anything. I start feeling like a bit down about myself. Yeah. And I have to remind myself that I'm drawing for me because I want to draw. But, you know, there's obviously some little part of me that does really enjoy a bit of validation.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something I look at in myself. And, you know, I think I try and be aware of it so that I can remind myself that, you know, what it's about and what I'm doing it for. But I definitely
Yeah, so
feel,
many different fruits go in the basket to make the fruit salad.
yeah.
I started buying the full watercolor sheets, and because they were cheaper, even in bulk, and then gessoing them so that I could draw or paint whatever I wanted to do on them. That doesn't do well if you want to do watercolor on watercolor paper, I understand, but then I would pre-cut them to standard sizes, 5x7, 6x9, and then stack them up. So when it was time to create, I already had a stack. I wasn't thinking what size I need to make this work. Here's a stack of different size paper. And that's become part of my process now.
And certainly I used to just draw on any size piece of paper, but who knows what size the drawing would be. So sometimes I'd have a big piece, but then I would just draw like over on one corner of it. And then I'd end up, you know, trimming it out. And so a lot of my older pieces are in really irregular sizes and shapes and stuff like that. So one thing I did do, and this was based on ease of framing and on a what I would call a really traumatic experience trying to cut mat board, I decided that I was going to try and use standard size papers and not just every size and not just go, well, so instead of so what I used to do is just buy one size and then whatever drawings I did on it, you know, and now I have a lot of different sizes that I choose from. They're all at least kind of within that realm, and that means that I'll never have to sit and cry over mat board anymore, and I can and just get the pre-cut sizes and they fit nicely. So
I'm there, and it seems like you are too, Pam.
Yeah.
You're using standard size. So what about those ACEO cards? Are they pre-cut or do you cut them?
I cut them.
From what? Full sheets?
From a full sheet of handmade bark paper, yeah. And
with what kind of paper cutter do you have?
Scissors.
Do you have a ruler, or how do you use the straight edge?
No, I have some pre-cut hard paper cards that I just use for
like Bristol board or something.
Pattern. Yeah, exactly. And I just lay it on because the handmade paper is like really uneven in spots, so I just kind of lay them out and draw.
So what size is your full sheet that you're starting with?
It's about 16.5 by 24.
So quite a bit smaller than a full watercolor sheet.
Huh?
Quite a bit smaller than a full watercolor
sheet.
Yeah.
But it's got like uneven edges and stuff because it's handmade paper. Yeah.
Deckled edge. And does it behave like it absorbs watercolor and ink like watercolor paper?
Not really, no.
Oh, neat. So it's more of a colder press?
It's very uneven.
Oh.
Because of being handmade paper, and the thing with it is you have to work with the paper. You can't like preconceive how it's going to turn out.
Oh.
Because you cannot force the paper to do something that it's not going to do. And every piece is different. So like it'll have soft spots where you have to be super careful that you don't tear the paper. And it'll have like hard spots where nothing will stick on it.
Wow.
And
so why in the heck did you choose that medium?
It's just, I always used to just try different stuff, different papers. Every time I put in an order for paper, I would get 1 or 2 new pieces.
I like that.
And I hit on this paper and I just really loved it. And what I've been using mostly for the little ones is like a white, which is almost like a parchment paper, but it'll have a little bit of swirls in it, and it'll have the same thing, soft spots and hard spots and everything. But there's, for bigger drawings, a lot of times I'll use what's called a buckskin color.
Yeah.
Which has browns and stuff
Yeah.
swirled into it, and it works out wonderful for wildlife and stuff. But the thing with it is you never know for sure exactly what you're going to get. And like the last piece of paper that I cut up for small cards had some really, really thin spots that would make a hole really easy if you press too hard. So I had to be extremely careful in parts of it. And yeah.
So the buckskin is like a light tan color?
Yeah, but it's all different colors actually. I'm going to show you a couple drawings.
I think I have one. I think one that I purchased was on buckskin.
Yeah, it might have been, yeah. But here, let me show you. Let me find my drawings. Here's my drawings. And I've been using pretty much nothing but the handmade paper, but there's several different colors of it. So, but the buckskin is always different colors. But here's one here. I'll show you this one. But the thing is that you've got to match the drawing to the paper. You cannot make the paper into the drawing. Does that make sense? Am I saying that right? You have to work with the paper. You can't work against it.
Use the right tool for the job.
But here's one drawing that's on the, this is a piece of buckskin. And then I'll show you another piece of buckskin just to show you how different they can be. Hold on. It always takes me a minute to get the stuff because I'm old, you know, and I've got to push buttons. Okay. This is one piece of the buckskin paper.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's beautiful.
And then I'm going to show you another one here. The one I'm going to show you is the first one that I ever did. And what happened is I had some wonderful photographs of this little Native American boy dancing. And I started doing him on a white piece of paper. And I got 4 days into it. 4 full days of work. And I did not like the drawing at all. And I threw it away.
Ouch.
Yeah, it kind of hurts when that happens, but it does happen.
G'day, Trav.
Then I ordered a piece of this buckskin paper just to see what it was like and stuff. And I was sitting there staring at it, trying to decide what I was going to do with it. And it just came to my mind, this Native American boy on this piece of paper just kind of like was in my head when I stared at it. So I did it, and I'll show you. I'll show you this one. This is the very first piece of the paper that I ever used. And that's that one there.
Ooh. Wow.
What size was that? That was ACL?
It was a full sheet of paper, and they're approximately anywhere between 15.5 to 16.5 by around 25 or 26 inches. They're all slightly different. And this one is a full sheet. You can see all the rough around the edges and stuff. But the paper is handmade, has been made for hundreds of years by a tribe of Indians in South America. And they like mix it up and pound it out on rocks and then let it dry in the sun. And that is why all the pieces are different. But then I'm going to show you one more that is also another piece that, like I say, you never know what you're going to get when you order something, which is why I'm going to show you this one, because this one also is a piece of buckskin paper. And this one sat for quite a while before it came in. Sometimes it just, like I say, you've got to work with the paper. And sitting staring at this piece of paper, this came into my head, so I did it.
Hey, Scungy, can you triple check that I put the right email address in for your PayPal? BJ's having troubles getting her payment through.
I can't see what you've written, but I can do this and see if this helps.
Okay, this is also a piece of the buckskin paper, but it was really super dark.
Yeah.
And I stared at it for a long time trying to decide what I was going to do with it. And it just came into my mind like a wolf coming out of the shadows. So that's what I did.
That's ace.
Yeah.
So anyway, I don't know if that was too much information for everybody, but you asked. Remember, you asked.
No, I think it's good for people to understand artist materials, because otherwise it's just a picture, you know. You don't understand what goes into the thought process of choosing the materials.
I've had other artists ask me what the paper was and stuff so that they could try it. But so far, I haven't seen anybody consistently using it. And I think it's because it requires a whole lot of patience to use it.
I've never heard of it, Pam, until you just explained it. So I appreciate
and
that.
it's not sold as like drawing paper at all.
How much does it cost for a sheet?
About $10 a sheet.
Holy cow. Yeah, so I showed you $4.49 for 15 sheets of 140-pound watercolor paper in contrast. So, wow, that's expensive.
Yeah, it's expensive paper. And like I say, it's not really sold as drawing paper. I think it's more for crafts and stuff, but it's acid free and I love it. But you do have to have a lot of patience because like I say, every piece is different and you've got to work with the paper. You can't fight it. You can't fight the paper to make the drawing fit on.
I think that's good. That's good for people to understand. It's $10 a sheet, not a nickel a sheet. And I went to the art store to buy some paint this week, and they had the inexpensive 50-cent bottle of acrylic paint, and they had the $15 tube of the same color paint, same name color. They're different levels of pigment. But 50 cents is different than $15.
Yeah.
So sometimes that needs to be reflected in the price too.
Did you get it sorted, BJ?
So, Mikey, I sent it in the private chat so that you could see how it is. That's the only place I can type in.
That's what Mikey typed.
But,
yeah, I mean, it's pretty straightforward to my ears and eyes.
To Pam's discussion, though, it's why, because I get handmade paper too, and what I really love about it is the unpredictable nature of it.
Exactly.
I like that you have to go with it, and you can't necessarily control a lot of the stuff.
You can't like force a drawing onto it. You've got to work with the paper.
Is it similarly priced for you, Sarah?
Okay, so the one that I get, it depends, but say it probably comes out about it's about $3 for that sheet of paper.
Is that about a half a sheet for you, Pam?
Yeah, it's about $10 a sheet for about 15 and a half by about 24, 25.
So she's holding up a little less than half a sheet compared to your measurements.
Oh yeah.
And these ones are like, that's about $1.50 per sheet for the little tiny ones. But I buy them like that's what I break it down to when I buy like a whole pack. So it's a pack of 20 sheets.
So this is about 35 cents a sheet at this weight. And if it were 300-pound, which my larger paintings are on 300-pound paper, it would be maybe $1 a sheet that size, which it's going to be comparable to the handmade paper.
Yeah.
This watercolor paper. Which, I mean, when you're used to writing on printer paper or notepad paper and, tear off throwaway sheets, you don't even think about that, less than a nickel a piece. But when you start paying $10 a sheet, you begin to think about it.
This guy just happened, and I was going to keep drawing, and I'm not. He's done. That's all he gets.
Soltek is asking if the wolf sold. I think that's referring to the one you just showed on.
Oh
your
yeah,
Prince
that
Takeover.
one's been sold a long time ago.
It's beautiful, Pam.
That is awesome, Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah,
one
somehow
that
that reminded me of possums.
The one that I just showed you actually has a story behind it. And
Go on.
and then I'll tell you guys the story because it's kind of funny.
Story
Ladies and
time.
gentlemen, it's time for
Tune in,
story
everybody.
time with Pam.
Okay, this. Hang on. Oops, I got to get over to StreamYard so I can do this. Okay.
Way before story.
Okay, this drawing here has a story behind it. It is on bark paper. And the first semi-story about it, but it isn't really the story I'm going to tell you, is how it came to be. And that is a friend of mine who had bought quite a bit of my art. I said that I had been visiting the bears, and Lucy saw her first snow and was playing in the snow, and it was so cute. And I was thinking about doing a drawing. And he said, there's no way in hell that you're going to be able to do a drawing and show snow on her face and stuff. So me being me, that's like throwing a red flag up where,
Challenge accepted.
Yeah, exactly. Challenge accepted. I had to do the challenge, right? So, okay. So that summer I had the original. I had actually made like 50 prints of this one, which sold like super fast, believe it or not. And, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. So yeah, it was called The First Snow. And I sold all the prints of it. Well, then I still had the original, and I had my stuff in an art show. And I don't know if Sarah can relate to this, but it's the only time that I have ever refused to sell a drawing. I refused to sell that drawing to this lady because she came up to my booth and she asked me, I had something like 275 on it or something like that. And she asked me how much it would be without the frame. And I told her that I would not sell it without the frame because it was custom framed just for that drawing. And I said, and the bulk of the price of it is for the drawing itself, not for the frame anyway. So there's no reason for you, to want to buy it without the frame because the frame protects it and all that. And she says, I don't want the frame with it. So I'm sitting there and I'm listening to her, and she starts telling me that she can't hang anything on her wall because the wall is too hard. And then she was going on, and it dawned on me what she was saying is she wanted to take it out of the frame, spray glue on the back of the drawing, and tack it onto the wall.
Yeah.
Without the frame or anything. And I was like, what? I was like, I didn't sell it to her. I don't care how much she paid me for it once she said what she was going to do with it.
She was going to murder it.
You put so much of yourself into your work, and I'm not going to sell it to somebody. I don't care what the price is or how much they're willing to pay. I'm not going to sell it to somebody who's going to end up having to destroy it in a couple years because it gets grease and shit all over it from hanging on the wall. I'm not going to sell one of my drawings to somebody who's going to spray glue the back of it and slap it on their wall. I'm sorry, but no.
You saved them.
So
I've had the same thing happen. People want to buy it without the frame,
I refused to sell it to her. Isn't that awful of me? But I refused to sell it to her.
You saved her. You saved her. But I've had people want to buy it without the frame, and I offer to charge them to remove it from the frame, and then they just go ahead and buy the frame and remove it themselves. But I understand if it's a shipping issue, sometimes it can ship cheaper without a frame.
That's the other thing. Yeah. I said, because she said that's the first thing I thought that crossed my mind. I said, if you if you need to have it shipped, I said, I won't like roll them up and ship them that way anyway. But I said, I'll cover the shipping for you. All you got to do is give me your address and I'll ship it to you so that you don't have to worry about trying to get it home in your car or something, if you're traveling through on vacation. But no, that wasn't it. She didn't live that far away. Nope, she just wanted to take it out of the frame and glue it onto her wall.
She didn't understand that masonry drill bits exist. That you can actually drill into rock walls.
Yeah.
And spazzes like that don't deserve nice art on their wall.
Well, I was not gonna sell that drawing to someone who was gonna destroy it. I just wasn't gonna do it. I'm sorry.
No, if she didn't destroy it,
That's probably a lot of artists would probably like really frown at me because money's money, but I'm not gonna sell something that I put like 200 hours into creating to have them destroy it.
You're so good. You guys see my good dog here? This is Lookout.
Oh.
Oh, we got
She's
Kelpie
a good girl.
Cross.
Lookout. Looky. She's a guard.
Oops, that's not me. I don't want me up. I want you up. What am I doing? There we go.
Say
I
hi,
want to see the
Looky.
puppy.
Say hi, Looky. You're a good girl. You're so good. You are.
Is it a Kelpie Cross? What is it?
Chesapeake Bay Retriever.
Oh, a Chessie.
Yeah.
I had a Chessie years ago, but he was like the old-fashioned kind. He had like a huge head and great big droopy jowls, and he was just like.
I had one of those. I lost in a divorce.
He was huge dog.
Oh, they'll take everything in a divorce, won't they?
Apparently. And Looky, she's a good girl.
Yeah, she is.
She's a rescue dog, and she's very well adapted here now. She has only known love, but when we got her, she wouldn't bark for 2 years. She wouldn't walk for 2 days. I have no idea what kind of trauma the poor lass endured.
Oh, poor
We
thing.
love her. The neighbor asked when I was digging the koi pond, what if Looky gets in it? And I said, it's her pond too. I guess she'll swim with the fish.
What an interesting.
Now my
concern.
Chessie, his name was Chester. I know that's real unimaginative, but that's what his name was Chester. But I got him when he was a puppy, and I saw it in the paper. These people were advertising 9 purebred Chesapeake Bay Retriever puppies. And they started out and this was years ago, but they started out at $250.
Yeah.
And I was like, dang it, I can't afford that. And, they included the papers and everything. And I watched them every week. The paper came out and the price went down. And when they got down to $50, I went up to talk to them.
Jesus.
And the thing was the puppies were eating them out of house and home. If you could 9 Chesapeake Bay Retriever puppies, they were eating them out of house and home, and they wanted to get rid of them. So the one, Chester, his name, they called him Moose because he was like twice the size of the other puppies. And that's the one that I picked because I just fell in love with him. But I still remember when I first got him, and he was like this fat, roly-poly puppy. And I took him for a walk because at the time I walked every day. I'd walk about 5 miles. And I took him for a walk and got partway down the road, and he went off in the brush. I thought he was going potty. So I'm standing there, holding his leash and waiting for him to finish. And gosh, it's taken him a long time. So I turned around and looked back at him, and he was sound asleep. He'd gone in the grass and was taking a nap.
Yeah.
And I'm just standing there holding the leash, while he's taking a nap.
Good mom.
I felt like kind of an idiot.
Who's trained who?
Yep.
Jessies typically are one family dogs.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he was a good dog. My kids were little then, and my daughter Courtney would dress Chester up in bonnets and then use like an apron for her dress and stuff. And she would get him all dressed up, and he would sit there so patiently. And he would look at me and just go, but he was always so patient with the kids. But we had like a kennel outside for him. And Courtney, like I say, she was really little. And the very first words, I mean, people talk about their kids' first words being mommy or daddy or whatever. Courtney's very first words were, "Shut up, Chester." Because he'd bark and I'd just open up the door and say, "Shut up, Chester."
Knock
So
it
that
off,
was
Chester.
her first words were, "Shut up, Chester."
That's funny.
Gold.
We love Blacky. She's a good girl.
But yeah,
Had my pond cleaned out.
Chesapeakes are good dogs. They're really good dogs.
I had my pond cleaned out a couple of weeks ago. Completely drained, power washed. It is crystal clear. I should do some underwater photography.
You should.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that would be awesome. You should do that.
It's a good pond.
Love it. So I'll tell you what. On these evenings when the weather is perfect, we go out there on our patio and we listen to the waterfall and we watch the birds feed and the koi swim. It really is the best life. I took my ukulele out there the other night and serenaded my wife. I don't think she'll ask for that again. I think she liked the first 3 or 4 hours. Lengthy concert.
That's a lot of foreplay.
I had a lot of catching up to do. That's funny. Oh,
Travis got your drawings. Very cool.
Oh,
Yay.
nice.
I love that. It's so much scarier sending stuff without tracking. Because up till now, everything I've sent overseas, like up until quite recently, has all been tracked. So I can watch it and I can see when it's landed and where it's going and stuff. But these untracked ones just go. So that is wonderful. I'm so happy to hear that. Such a
I got a
lovely
package out
relief.
too.
Do you know, did Bob send you yet the...
I don't think he sent it yet, but I told him not to worry about it yet because my feet are so bad. I haven't been able to walk over to get the mail because my feet are swelling so bad right now, and I don't know why. But some days it's not too bad, and some days like today and yesterday it was like so bad that I could hardly walk across the room. So just one of those getting old things that sucks.
BJ, just double check the your typing of what you put in, unless you're just copying and pasting.
Good night, Soul Taker. Thanks for being here tonight, helping out some artists.
Good night, Soul Taker. Thanks.
Buying Blacky's first piece of art he ever sold.
Yes, that's awesome.
First victim.
Oh, put a notch in your pen.
I still got to work out how to bloody sign it now. What do I use as my signature?
Well, practice on a scrap piece of paper until you find something that you like.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
You could just do like initials, just 2 letters, your initials, or you could do whatever, but just practice till you find something that you like.
Yeah, it gets confusing when you use a fake name on the internet and then you've got all these extra initials and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's hard. I ended up going kind of with a kind of initially system, but I still have a bunch of pictures that when I have signed them, I haven't wanted to do that on them, and I've written something different on. But I say scungy, just kind of scrawled on them instead of the little like initialsy thing. So even though I like committed myself to this little guy, still sometimes a breakout. So yeah, you'll have to solve that for yourself. I was going to say though, with BJ, she's still having trouble with the PayPal. As long as all the, double, triple, quadruple checking that the spellings and the underscores and stuff. A lot of people with that email address, they put hyphens instead of underscores. But if all that's right and it's really not working, what can happen, what I can do is like create an invoice, I think, on PayPal and send it.
Oh yeah, I've had to do that a couple times for people that were having trouble. I'm sorry, I didn't think of that, but yeah, if the person doing the selling does an invoice, and all you got to do is click on pay invoice, and it usually goes right through without any troubles.
Yeah.
It might be the easiest way around it, BJ.
Yeah.
And so then I will need her email address though, still, to send the invoice, because it has to be invoiced to
an email. Yep.
The email, and I think it's like to the email that's connected to her PayPal. And then
I think I may have email from BJ in the past. Let me just scan through my email and see if I've got one from BJ.
But also you have to confirm with her that it's the one for her PayPal, because say for me, I have different ones. And then I also can't remember what it told. So I need that information too.
BJ strikes me as a person that would probably only use one email address for everything anyway.
Sure.
BJ,
Steve.
Can you confirm with me that your email address starts with MED? I have to wait a few seconds, obviously, now for that to come through from live. And if that's the same one you use for your PayPal, then I'll shoot that email address onto Scungy. I'm still flabbergasted that Soul Taker paid me $50 for a piece of art. I'm stoked.
When you sell your $1,000 piece, you're going to be unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
Likely. I think I'd probably have to be unconscious to create a $1,000 piece off in the nether realms.
Well, I mean, you've created a $50 piece. What's next?
The sky is my oyster.
Yes. Hey, I've got 500 Facebook followers. Thank you.
All right. Very good.
Yes,
Yay.
thank you. Thank you so much. Rack
Look at all the
Studio on
goals we're
Facebook,
achieving
500
tonight.
followers. Blacky sells art. This is the place to be. It's happening. This is the epicenter.
Tell your friends.
Pam sold art. What else you got, Pam? You got another piece of art?
Just what I showed you guys. And
We haven't
I'm
showed
working
it
on
in a
those
few
too.
minutes.
I'm working on this one.
Okay, that's unfinished. Canada
That's
Goose.
unfinished.
Beautiful, but not finished. This is handmade bark paper.
Yeah. What is that? What is the kind of handmade paper that you use, Sarah? Is it like a drawing paper or?
Like Cardi, it's made from cotton. It's made from I think it's even recycled cotton paper. It's called Cardi paper. And like a bigger piece.
Oh, very nice.
So it's it works well for watercolor. I think it's an inking really good for ink, but like I've done everything on it.
Yeah. Now the bark paper that I use is made from predominantly mulberry bark, I believe. But it would not work for watercolor at all because it's too inconsistent.
Mhm.
And also it won't work for like you couldn't ever use it for like a regular pencil, like a HB pencils, because those would definitely tear the paper. And when I use it for colored pencils, which I use the Prismacolor colored pencils, which are fairly soft, but even at that I have to be really careful. Charcoal works the best on it. Charcoal and Conte crayon works real well on it. But even at that, like say there's going to be spots where nothing is going to stick to it. It's going to be slick, and there's going to be spots that are super soft that will have like a fuzzy look to it. Like if you're using charcoal or whatever, it'll kind of be fuzzy looking because it's so soft. And there'll be spots where you have to be like super, super careful not to put a hole in the paper.
I wanted to ask you, Pam, if you'd ever worked with Derwent ink tints pencils.
No, I have not.
Are you familiar with the brand Derwent?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the brand. Yeah.
And they make this ink tints pencil. It's water activated also. But man, it is intense. The colors, they jump off of the paper when you lay them down.
Oh, nice.
I love the picture I'm seeing of Blacky's open fridge. That's a happy fridge.
He's got all the important things in.
Yes.
Yep.
Requirements met.
Yep, the whole food triangle is in there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hot sauce.
And indeed. Yes.
CBD.
All the food groups covered.
What was I doing though? Making soda water.
Perfect. I'm thinking I need that in my studio.
Hey, Vic, how are you?
Hello, Vic. Welcome. Now, Vic hasn't seen your cards you have left, Pam. Why don't you show them?
Oh, Vic would buy. I would have to like do a drawing of Mario for him to buy one. He's another a
Let's
model.
try that Mario Buffalo.
Let's see. Nola has bought this one.
The mallard's gone. Congratulations,
Yep.
Nola.
And I've got this one here, which is a
Grebe.
lesser grebe.
Least
Grebe. Yeah, least grebe.
G'day, Vic.
And I've got a buffalo.
Beautiful buffalo.
Such floof.
Floof.
And
I'm working on a Canadian goose.
Canada goose. Worse than bird watchers are worse than the grammar police. You say a bird wrong, boom, correct.
It reminded me of snake people as well, getting names right and hassling people about poisonous versus venomous and stuff.
Yeah, poisonous versus venomous. Yeah.
And you had a larger one too of a goat.
Oh yeah, I've got a bighorn sheep.
That's lovely, by the way.
And a elk
Starting
butt.
at $75, and a elk butt matted and bagged starting at $100.
Hey BJ, can you check your email and see if that's the right email address that I sent you a message on, please? And thank you in advance. Sorry.
That's okay. I'm glad you're getting that wrapped up. It seems like it's been going on a minute.
You got to tie up those loose ends, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I've only just noticed that Vic's avatar is Alfred E. Newman.
Mad. That's mad.
That's so mad.
That was I knew the artist that did that.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Is he still with us?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
No. He was he retired and was living in a place in Paradise Valley outside of Livingston, Montana. And he was doing like Western art that was really outrageously good. But he could not get anywhere in Livingston to show his work because I've talked to you guys about what it was like in Livingston before.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was another artist that absolutely could not get anybody to show his work, and it was really good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff. And originally, I mean, he retired from he lived in New York City and worked for Mad Magazine and started the drawings of that guy.
So he retired to Montana after doing the
Yep.
Mad Magazine work.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
Yep, he retired to Montana, and then the year that I met him and got to know him a little bit, he passed away from cancer.
Bugger.
He was like in his 70s.
Hmm.
I mean, I suppose it'd be reasonably okay dying in your 70s if you knew that millions and millions of people had been exposed to your artwork.
Yeah. But you weren't good enough for the art in Livingston, though. Because, yeah.
You're accepted for silly comics, but not for real deal.
Yeah, yeah.
No offense to people who do art for comics and stuff. I know.
What kind of woodpecker is that?
Those are my migrant woodpeckers that have come back into the can.
Those are awesome.
They are beautiful birds. I won't lie.
Yes.
They
Very
just made it back this week.
nice.
I read an interesting stat that woodpeckers can peck like 20 times a second or something. That's pretty wild.
Amazing.
Was it put forth as like how many peckers can a woodpecker peck or something like that?
Yeah, 20 a second apparently.
It's pretty impressive.
That's a lot of outfits.
Yeah, so that's an evolutionary quandary.
Yep.
How did they get the cushion in their brain? How many survivors before the cushion in the brain developed?
Became across the board acceptable.
When I lived on Cape Cod, I had like birdhouse on a pole in the middle of my garden, just a regular like a store-bought birdhouse like you pick up at Hobby Lobby or something. That's like all wood and then you paint it. So I had a bunch of those around because I always had fun painting them and doing creative stuff with them. But I had one out in the garden. And it had just a standard size hole. I think they're about 1 inch around. But a darn woodpecker like took over that birdhouse and it kept enlarging that hole bigger and bigger and bigger until like he got it to the size that he wanted. But yeah, I'd hear like this banging noise and I'd turn around and look and he'd be out there working on that hole, getting it bigger again. One of the funniest birds I ever watched, though, and I was sitting on the porch and watching it for probably like 45 minutes. It was a little pair of wrens.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a birdhouse. And the female decided she liked the birdhouse, so that there was a pair of them and they were building their nest. And I was watching them fly back and forth with sticks and stuff, and taking the sticks into the nest and having to turn sideways to get some of them in and all that stuff. But what was funny is the male found a piece of paper towel and he flew in and he took it and he put it in the nest, and he went out to get some more, and the female came in with her stick and she put it in the nest, and pretty soon she came out of the nest and threw that piece of paper towel out, right?
Oh, of course she did.
Yeah, and then the male came back and he saw it on the ground and he'd pick it up and put it back in the nest. And then female would come back and she'd get in the nest and take that piece of paper towel and throw it out. And it was just, I watched him do this like for 45 minutes.
We have so much in common.
With the male wanted that paper towel in the nest, and the female was like, nope, it's just not going in there.
I said,
Trouble in
keep the paper
paradise.
towel. I heard what you said, and no.
Yep. Oh.
And Michael has fairy wrens.
Multiple types of fairy wrens around here.
Oh my gosh. Blue fairy wren.
Blue, scarlet,
Oh, nice.
brown.
Jelly. Totally jelly.
Yeah, I had what was it? Probably a week or so ago. For about a week, I had lots of the little scarlet fairy wrens or red-backed fairy wrens hanging around the back fence here. But then the guy who owns the paddock out the back, he came and slashed the paddock last week and removed all of their cover and whatnot. So they haven't been back since then. But they'll still be around. They're always around.
What about galas? Do you have those?
Galas,
Yeah.
like rich events where you get all the posh celebrities to come along and you give them goodie bags and
Gala,
stuff.
the other gala, the
The galah,
yeah, gala.
the pink and grey.
Yes, rose-breasted cockatoo.
We have. It's interesting. In my town where I live, there is a substantial population of galahs on the eastern side of town, and there's a scattered few over here on the western side of town, but definitely nowhere near in the populations of the east. Same with little corellas, which are another small cockatoo species.
Beautiful.
Hundreds of them on the eastern side of town, not so many over here.
In the States, we say the other side of the tracks.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like that because our town is pretty much divided by a set of railway tracks through the middle, and it is on the other side of the tracks that most of the galahs and the little corellas live.
And what about the grass keats? You have some grass keats?
I don't know what they are.
They're colorful little tiny parrots. A little bigger than a parakeet or a budgerigar.
Like a rainbow lorikeet?
Rainbow lorikeet would be a larger one, and then the rosellas would be a little smaller.
No, rosellas are bigger than lorikeets.
I guess you're seeing them in the wild, which is amazing.
They used to breed. We used to have them breeding in bird boxes in the back of the house, and then I don't know if people are familiar with brick houses that you need to vent your houses out. So in the gables of our house, we have these 4 pipes set like in a diamond shape, and the eastern rosellas were breeding in there for a little while as well.
And the rosellas are larger than your lorikeets?
Yes.
Wow. Oh, God. I love those birds.
We have the eastern rosellas here, and then you have crimson rosellas as well.
Yes.
I'm
Is there a
not sure
king
what they are.
rosella?
Like such a very popular. Oh, king parrots are beautiful. We have
King
those.
parrots, I believe, are a type of rosella.
Yes. Wow. And they're gorgeous. Ooh.
They are beautiful. They are a stunning bird.
You know what? My favorite little bird that I hadn't seen before but has only been at this house are the flower peckers. They're just these tiny, beautiful little birds with like a little red head. Well, the boys, because the girls are a little bit plainer. But they are so sweet. And I hadn't seen those before until we moved here. This house.
Let me just interrupt for a sec because we've still got this BJ situation going on.
Yeah.
BJ, do you want us to try and send you an invoice to the email address that I just emailed you at. Even though it's not linked to your PayPal, it'll probably still take you to the same place. So, Scungy, I sent you said email address in Messenger. If you can do your invoice thing and send it to that email address, perhaps that's the easiest way we can find out if that will work or not.
Okay. Like I'm happy to if it's the one, but also like I said, I don't remember how much I'm meant to be invoicing for, so because it will be affected by what was the agreed price and the kind of postage. So if I can have that information, I can send an invoice through PayPal to whichever.
So yeah, let us know. Let us know what you bidded and won it for, BJ, and don't say $3. We know it wasn't $3.
Oh, BJ wouldn't do that.
I know, but you know, I can't resist a gentle nudge at some pathetic kind of comedy whenever there's an opportunity arising.
Whatever that is. Okay.
Yeah, we'll give that a burl and we'll hopefully iron it out before we finish this stream this evening. Would be nice.
Yes.
It's been weeks in the making, this deal.
Be wonderful. I've finished these two guys and
Very nice. Hang on, let me blow you up here. Wait. I was drawing and didn't get you blown up to show. Oh, very cool. Yeah.
Oh, interesting crossovers happening now. I like it.
BJ says it was $3. She says it was $3 plus another 22.
very good. And the untracked postage, which is the $3 postage, or the tracked postage, which is $15.
Keep typing, BJ. Keep typing.
Also, I'm just going to vanish for 1 second.
I'm having one of those moments where I've got to a stage where I think I've ruined it instead of fixing it. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it looks even worse on camera.
Oh, Blacky.
There's so much scribbly nonsense.
I like it. Hang on, let me blow you up.
Or does it go that way? I don't know which way it goes.
Oh, I like it like that.
Maybe I should I'll just start drawing on it that way up and see how it goes.
Have we got anything worked out?
Well, BJ hasn't replied about postage yet. But we're still, you know, we're on a delay from the actual chat. Oh, hang on, I've got YouTube open as well. I can find out there if she sent something. Not yet.
Okay.
So yeah, BJ, just let us know if you want tracked postage or not, and we can invoice appropriately.
Appropriate. That one has to make files. So what I have been,
Let's go.
all right. my book came in. That is not what I was going to show. So I've been sort of wanting to finish up this doll that I've had going for a while. So I try and just like get her up here a little bit.
I sense Noel is about to get very excited.
So she's nice and creepy. And she's got this like kind of texture on her head. The thing is, I have to still fix her head on. And then I'm doing, so she's got a dress. I'm just going to try.
Hush. You hush. Oh, look out. Violence.
Why is it only me?
Because you were showing your dolls.
Yeah, I kind of get it, but I also... It's all right. I'll survive. Okay. So, she's got a dress that she's getting.
Oh, that's awesome.
And she's got this here. So what I'm doing is I'm just compiling all the bits. So I just try and like show her so that people can see what she's doing. I'm not quite sure how this top bit's going. I have two different options. I'm not quite sure whether it's going to come right up to her chin kind of to wrap around, or it's just going to come sort of lower down around her shoulders. But then she's got this little thing with a Herkimer diamond on it that she's going to get here on her. And then what I'm going to be doing is weaving. She's got some hair. Here's her head. She's not finished. She's got this hair, and I'm going to be weaving through some of this wire through it with some crystals in and bits and pieces, but you never know because I've got this whole tray of goodies here. Like I've been considering maybe putting on her this bone piece that I have. Everything's tangly. I have this like vertebra with amethyst in it, and I was kind of thinking of putting that on. Then I have a whole bunch of bits that I wanted to like do, but what it's making me think is I'm going to just do some of the bits on her, and then it's like I made this for like a belt, but I don't think it goes on this doll. So hang on, how does she go?
I think it's very, very interesting how you just brushed past the vertebra. Cheers, Dan. Good night, mate. Oh, I forgot to
Good night, Daniel.
I forgot to respond to Dan earlier. He said something about what happened to me, and I don't know if he got his dancer or not. Oh, that ammonite as a belt buckle looks kind of sweet.
Yeah, I really like that. So I'm sort of wanting to turn. So now I'm gonna make probably some more down this same vein. I'm just digging for my clay so that I can make the head and arm pieces and stuff, because I've got these few little pendants that are just like tiny little ones that I made ages ago and then never even put out, I don't think, to sell. They have all got like Herkimer diamonds and they're like electroplated, but they're just tiny. So I thought, you know, say, for example, I'll try and isolate them. I think they'll go well for a little doll, you know. You can't even see them properly.
Good night, Daniel.
I've had ammonite keeps popping up in my morning trivia game that I play this week.
Really? That's funny. Oh, actually, not that this is what I was here for, but on this tray happens to be also that I found this set of earrings that I didn't know if I still had or not. That are ammonite earrings.
Oh,
Yeah,
neat.
Yeah,
yeah,
nice.
Dan, I sold my first piece of art ever on this stream,
Congratulations.
this very stream tonight. That's what happened to me, mate. Thanks for checking up.
Cool.
Awesome. Those are really cool.
I love those.
They're very sweet. I can't wear them because they're my holes are too big. But they just happen to be sitting here on my tray of things that I'm preparing to finish this doll with. So I'm really excited about getting her done. And I'm going to not only finish her off, but also make a couple of new ones, just sort of down the same track. But yeah, also I really like she's got these like linen legs and everything. So yeah, she's very nice and she's coming along. I'm gathering all the bits, but my next mission is weaving some wire and hair and crystally bits into her hair. And then
Nice.
we'll see. And then hopefully finding my clay so I can get a few more happening. Because
Thanks,
I have
Dan.
some other bits like some of the dyed linen and stuff from I was telling you the other day about I did the dyeing with the turmeric but also like avocado and cabbage and stuff. So I have some of that linen there that's been dyed to make into some doll dresses and stuff. So I'm really looking forward to getting that happening. I hope that next time we stream, I'll have some progress to show if anybody's interested in dolls as much as their own drawings because I really like them.
Now, anytime you guys want to in the stream, just let me know. It doesn't make any difference to me because I paid for a month because I was totally out of time. So I have no worries about time right now. So I'm just kind of drawing away. But if you guys get tired, just let me know.
What about your available art tonight, Pam? Do you have anything else you need to sell?
Well, I already showed you guys, and then Nola got the little mallard. Not Nola.
Well, you have a bison.
I have a bison.
Grebe available.
I'm not a very good salesperson. I always forget to show them. Okay, so we got. This is the one. Oh, that's one Nola got that one.
Beautiful, beautiful.
And I've got a least grebe.
Excellent. Well said. I approve.
It's an ACEO card.
It's got a red eye. We can't see it because you haven't made yourself larger. You've painted it kind of a golden orange.
Yeah. Okay.
There you are. Nice ears. And look at that eye, would you? Get a load of that eye. An early wine original. Nice.
So I've got that one is available. And the buffalo is available.
There it is. Yeah.
And I'm almost done with the goose. Like really close. So I'll show you real quick because he's almost done.
Coming up. Canada Goose. You go ahead and sell that tonight and finish it later. Pam.
What?
You'd go ahead and sell that tonight and finish it
Oh
later.
yeah, if anybody wants it. I probably only got about 10 minutes and it'll be done. And then I've got this one, which is a 5x7.
And wait a minute, you're going to start offers on those small cards at $20.
Yep.
And this is a bighorn sheep. You're going to start at $75.
Yep.
Handmade paper. Paper alone's $10 a sheet.
And then
Elk butt,
the elk butt.
but it's actually the whole elk.
Yeah.
The butt's just the highlight.
Sam early wine. Yeah, butt's included.
Yep.
They don't cooperate. They're not good models. You just sketch them the way you find them. And you
It was
got
lucky too, wasn't it? Because it was only one photograph.
That's right.
All right, and that
There are a
one
lot of-
started at what, 125?
100.
100 for the elk. 75
Yeah,
for the
that one I
big
don't know if Rack. Did you hear the story about that one, Rack?
Remind me. I don't know if I did or not.
Well, I was in Yellowstone Park, and it was winter time. I looked over and a ways away, I spotted there was actually 3 bull elk on different little knolls, and they were a little ways away. And this was years ago, and I had like a Pentax camera that would use film. It was back in the days of film. So I got out and I started walking over to where I could get close enough to get some pictures of this one of these elk, the closest one to me. And there was about 3 or 4 feet of snow. It was deep, but it had a hard crust, but it wouldn't hold me up. So every step was lift my leg way up to get up on top and take a step, and then the crust would break and my foot would go all the way down. And then, and it was just absolutely a struggle. And there was other people out there, but they all had snowshoes on, which I wish I would have had snowshoes, but I didn't. But it took me freaking 45 minutes to get out there. Got close enough to get a picture of this elk. I had one picture left on the roll of film, and all the rest of my film was back in the car.
Every time, bro. Every time.
Yeah, I was not very happy.
And can you imagine that being such a non-event today?
Huh?
Can you imagine that being such a non-event today with your cell phone?
I know people don't realize how lucky they are with the.
Yeah, technology is crazy.
Yeah.
I wish it could reverse aging a little bit.
And before, you never knew for sure what you were going to get until you got it back. And like if I got, for one roll of film, if I got 1 or 2 good reference photos out of it, I was thrilled.
Yep.
Because there'd be rolls of film where none of the pictures turned out.
Yeah. Did you develop your own film?
Now you know exactly what you're getting, and you can just delete the ones that aren't good and just keep the ones that are.
You can just go take.
Exactly.
You
don't have to worry about how much money it's going to cost to get it developed and sit and wait for it to come back and all that stuff.
All of that time that people used to spend on developing film is now spent on scrolling through and deleting the wrong photos.
Yeah.
True that.
And I remember another time I stopped and there was two swans that were doing like a mating dance, and just right offshore. So I like snuck down and was like peeking through the reeds and stuff and and I was so excited because they were like beautiful, and they were doing this mating dance and up against each other. And I mean, it was just absolutely indescribably beautiful.
You filthy perv.
And the film roll wasn't turning.
Oh no.
It was like stuck in one spot. So all those pictures were totally non-existent. Yeah. That was another time I really cussed the film camera.
Hey, I got a video you might be interested in here, Pam.
What is that?
It's of the bird feeding station the other night.
Oh, you got a raccoon.
Yeah, I guess the camera doesn't like that.
Night vision.
Yeah.
Very cool, though.
Yeah, there were two coons out there just wreaking havoc. So now we have to bring the feeders in at night again. So if you go to Bird Garden channel on YouTube and look at the live feeder, you'll see no feeding apparatus hanging out there, and it's because of that guy.
Aha.
Does anyone eat raccoon? Or are
No.
they too much a bottom feeder?
Yeah, I don't think they're very tender or tasty.
There's
They
probably
have
some.
a value for their pelt and their tail.
Yeah. There is probably some people that eat them, but then there's people that will eat anything. So
Yeah, I ask people around here if they eat groundhog. And
They look tasty. Groundhogs do.
well, so actually, if you look at sausage, pork sausage, it's labeled groundhog.
oh. Okay, that was bad. That was bad.
Yeah, until one day I asked a local guy if he ate groundhog because that was my joke, and he said, "Yeah, they're greasy, ain't they?" Oh no! Sorry, I asked.
They certainly look tastier than raccoons do.
Yeah, and they look beefy, like there'd be some meat on them. That's for sure. Yeah. On the river house, we left a pizza out we were carrying things in, including the remains of a pizza from dinner that evening, and somehow the pizza got left out in the box on the stoop. And Looky was barking. I mean, woke us up. I went outside, and there were possums and raccoons taking turns addressing the pizza box that they had opened.
Uh-huh.
They decided to work together and be social so they could both have pizza. And the raccoon or the groundhogs wouldn't come up on the porch, but they destroyed my lawn by the river. They had a network of tunnels that caused lawn failure, like in the movie Caddyshack. Is that finished now, Pam?
That is finished.
The Canada Goose. Very nice. Starting at $20 if anyone's interested in those cards by Pam.
But I got to show you something here real quick. Because.
You have anything left tonight, Sarah? Blacky, you starting over on a new one?
I haven't started a new one.
Blacky 2.0.
I've got these ones that I just did tonight. And
Do they have titles or numbers?
no. I'm particularly fond of this guy.
Yeah, it's kind of cute.
Snuggly.
Yeah.
It's all pointy and sharp and stuff, but still very snuggly.
Snuggums.
And I'll have colorful.
Oh, yeah, the vibrant one.
And, you know, I could go on and on through the list because I've got like my little stack here.
Yeah, I know. Excellent.
But,
Kat says it's like a mama with her skull babies.
yeah.
Pam, is this live stream number 306 for you?
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. That's a couple years worth.
Yeah. I've been here.
So, yeah, that's
So
what I
nice.
have.
So nice, Sarah. Interest and compliments, no bids. I'm trying to see how many 11 watching now. Okay, there's 11
it's
of
kind
them.
of slowing down. We had like 22 or something like that a little while ago, but
Yeah.
it's getting later.
Yeah.
I'm going
Yeah.
to show you guys though a when you were talking about pizza years ago when I was living in Montana, I went with my kids up Beartooth Pass, which is a pass that cuts over from Billings, goes through, and it cuts over into basically into Yellowstone Park, the backside of Yellowstone at Cook City. And it is high. I mean, it's over 11,000 feet. And it is absolutely beautiful, especially on the Wyoming side, because it goes from Montana into Wyoming. But there's a pullout right at the start on the Montana side. And we stopped there and we're stretching our legs and going to the bathroom and stuff. And that's like a rock wall that you can look out over the valley below and stuff and all the trees. And on the bottom of the rock wall, like standing at the rock wall and looking down, we'd stopped at Red Lodge, which is the closest town on the Montana side. And we'd had pizza for lunch and we had leftovers. And I was standing at the rock wall and started looking down and there was chipmunks. And I got to show you, I took a few pictures because this was special. So I'm going to show you guys.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a normal chipmunk and he was at the bottom of the rock wall and he was eating nuts and stuff and whatever he could find. And then there was another chipmunk that was especially interested in the pizza. Are you ready to see this chipmunk?
Yes.
Whoa.
I mean, seriously, guys, this was a chipmunk. This is a regular chipmunk. And this is a pizza
your chipmunk. This is your chipmunk on pizza.
This is a chipmunk on pizza, yes.
I feel it. I feel it.
It seems to have a very, very similar effect to that of humans.
Yeah,
Indeed.
But it always makes me laugh every time I look at it. It was like the funniest thing. But he took off. I mean, I dropped a little pizza over the side, and he grabbed that so fast and took off with it. He was like, mine, 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 mine. And I was like, the kids and I were laughing because his stripe wasn't even straight. His stripe was like all stretched out.
They understand the value of calories.
Yes.
Get as many as you can in one hit.
Anyway, sorry, I had to show you guys that because it reminded me of him.
Oh, it was cute.
Funny.
It reminded me of myself. Carbs are cheap.
Yep.
So you got to work them off.
Until you have to smoke them off. Is that what you said?
Work them off.
I like to smoke them off is better. Oh man, I gotta smoke off some carbs. Kind of like.
In about 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, there'll be a new T-shirt available on Rack's T-shirt shop saying he's got to smoke off some carbs.
Oh my gosh, I so have to get a T-shirt shop. My wife says that the fly would be a good.
Oh, it would.
That would be a good
really
T-shirt.
Good. Yep.
And that I should seek sanction from state
that's
park.
almost the perfect simplistic design for a T-shirt.
That's what she says. She says it's clean, it's neat. People like it.
Yep. I love that one. And I think it would be an excellent, excellent T-shirt.
No, all good.
Yeah, and so when I'm not busy smoking off carbs, I can sell trout fly T-shirts. I need your support to buy some more smokes because of all these carbs. These carbs in my life. Trash Cat said, yes, weird. And based on our conversation, I have no idea what part she's talking about.
The weather, I think. The temperatures
Right.
she's expecting.
They're perfect. It's the weather that's weird. That's good. That's good for Pam. Yeah, she and Travis were talking about winter to August. Does anybody in the chat want to buy any more art tonight? You got a house full of artists. They've got pieces for sale. Does anybody want to buy any of these bargain basement deals? I've never seen it in any gallery. Take advantage while you can.
Just to be fair and square and honest as well, I never expected to sell any of my art while I was here.
And we got the new guy who can't believe. He can't believe he sold a piece of art because he's never done that in his whole life. No cell in his body has ever sold a piece of art before.
When you get your t-shirt shop up and running, can you find like a picture of my face and just put the new guy underneath it?
Yeah, that's guy.
See how many.
Even he sold a piece of art.
Oh dear.
I don't have a shirt yet, BJ, but I got plenty of these sketches. If you want to buy a sketch, I'll sell it to you right now and donate the proceeds to Punchy for hosting the show.
Well, that's a very generous and lovely offer.
That was nice.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's the right thing to do.
But not necessary.
Never necessary. Pam never asked me to do that. Absolutely. She doesn't. It's just something I do. But I do feel like if I said, Pam, I need a couple bucks, would you mind if I auction a piece of art on your live stream? I believe she would host me.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it's just not the case right now. So I'll do this. This is available for anybody who wants it, including BJ. And we'll just give the proceeds to Pam. Just put a number up there. We'll talk about it. BJ Palmer says Blacky the noob. It's been a while since you've been a noob at anything, right, Michael?
Yeah, I guess.
It's like Blacky the vet.
What was the last thing I was a noob?
BJ, hey Pam, can you put me on large screen and I'll show BJ
Yes.
all of the ones.
Hang on.
Did BJ also get closure on this PayPal situation?
She's still trying, or she said thanks, Sarah. All right, here we go.
It takes me a minute. Sorry.
That's all right.
It's buttons.
And BJ, we're doing this because in a minute, some of these are going to get colored. You ask about the color. See, here we go. Color. Oh man, I put the colored one on a different stack and the whole stack fell.
Oh no.
Yeah, I guess you guys don't have stacks around your desk. There we go.
Pretty sure that's a term that Scungy uses often. Scungy, also, can you check your PayPal to see if you got a BJ thing through?
Oh, yes, I can do that. What do I say often?
Stacks. You've got stacks of stuff around you.
Stack.
Probably.
Stacks
I don't
That's the
think
last
so.
one. Midge. So, yeah, BJ, we got black and white and we got colored. And I'm going to sell one and donate the proceeds to Pam tonight.
It's a pretty good cause to get involved with, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
And others.
So bid high, bid off, and let's get Pam some appreciation here. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, BJ said, how about a card then? Are they in color? Yes, some are. And it's a 4x6 watercolor paper, 140-pound watercolor paper. and premium watercolor colors on the color one. Cotman. Who makes Cotman? Winsor Newton? Winsor Newton Cotman colors. Purple one in the middle. Let's see. Purple one in the middle.
Have you ever tried the Daniel Smith watercolors?
Yes, I have Daniel Smith, and they're very expensive, by the way.
Yeah, they are. I know. I've never tried them because they're so expensive.
It's got some purple on it. We'll call that purple number 1.
The color is really good though, and they have a good range of different, because they make them from
they've got some really cool looking sets too.
Yeah.
Like
Purple
So
number
what I
2.
found is that using the Winsor and Newton, they're fairly uniform in terms of like texture across all the different colors. But your Daniel Smith ones have a lot of different textures and ways that they resolve and dry and stuff compared to
Purple
the
number
Winsor.
3. I've got those M. Graham colors too that have honey in them.
I don't know those ones.
We don't know. We don't know, BJ, which one's going to be a shirt. My wife said the one with no color on it.
yeah, I think that one would be really cool.
These are the cards that have purple in them. Actually, I have a palette here with M. Graham colors. They've been here for a month, exposed, and they're still like they're not hard caked like regular watercolors. They're still a little bit soft because of the honey that's in them. And it was like 5. This is porcelain. And I bought this palette separate, but the colors, there were like 5 colors in a set, and it was like $75 for small tubes. So when you hear the term artist colors, that means it costs a lot. And typically it's because the ingredients include a lot more pigment value and color fastness than the cheaper colors that are available. Like this Winsor Newton Cotman set. The Winsor Newton Cotman is a student grade. So all of these half pans were like $35 versus only 5 tubes of M. Graham for $70, $75. But the difference is when you lay it down on paper, that's the color you're going to get. The camera doesn't pick up the color here. But whatever goes on the paper stays on the paper. You don't have to worry so much about fading unless you have UV damage.
It's also just amazing to look at the difference when you're using different quality stuff. And then, because you might argue with yourself, or I do, oh, I can't afford it. And then you get that nice quality, and then you see the difference in how that color, the quality of the color is so different in a high quality. And that, I think, goes like, it's in a pencil, it's in a watercolor, it's in acrylic paint. Yep. It's going up and up, and that there's just richness in the color. There's so much more in the color, and also texture and the way that it lays down and everything is.
So I was talking about doing a series with these 15 pages of watercolors. From number 1 to number 15, you hone in the design that you're working on. Well, if you did 15 in one type or brand of watercolor and 15 in another, you'd find out the difference in qualities of the brands. Yeah. And if you're working with student brand, which is inexpensive, versus artist brand or professional brand, which is, it seems really exorbitant or very, very expensive, you see the difference when you're working with it. You just can't achieve the same results with the cheaper student grade work.
You can't.
Can I have an opportunity to be the grammar police?
Yes.
One turn of phrase that really gets my goat when people say it wrong is they're honing in on something. Right? You with me? It's homing in. Home, like the home you live in. Like a homing pigeon.
You can hone something.
Well,
You can, but it's not involved in that turn of phrase.
Well, do you accept honing as a sharpening term?
Yep, I do.
Okay. So
I understand that that's probably where the confusion comes from.
honing is sharpening, and homing is narrowing.
Righto. I'm not going to win this one, am I?
No. You already won. You already no. Hey, stand back up. Stand up. You already won. You're homing in.
It's a term that comes from pigeon racing.
Well, I buy it then. See, all you have to do is say pigeon. I'm in.
Really? I don't want it. Yeah, okay. No, up here.
BJ, you see the purple ends in blunt wings here. Starts narrow, gets wide. And on these, it tapers. So these purple streamers taper, and this purple gets wider toward the end, more like wings, if that helps you on your cell phone. BJ Palmer is so awesome. She's been following my work for years, and it's great to see a friendly face in the chat. And I guess you're familiar with BJ too, right, Sarah?
Yes.
So she's bought my
BJ's
work.
got a
She's
few
bought your
of
work.
those.
Pam, has she bought any of your work?
Oh, definitely, yes.
Oh, okay. So Blacky, stand by. BJ will probably buy some of your work.
Nah, she's not going to want anything that I scribble out. Goodness.
What have you got ready to go? Do you have anything?
The collection.
Do you have anything available right now, or did you sell out?
I sold out years ago.
Blacky is so popular. He's sold completely out.
BJ wants to see the one with the blue background.
All right, green. All right, I have 3 with a blue background. One is the one you saw. That's blue background, purple streamers. This is blue background, fuchsia streamers. And this is blue background, red streamers. Thanks for enlarging me, Pam.
That's what the chipmunk said to me too.
Thanks for the pizza. You enlarged me.
Brilliant.
These guys. The blue background.
That's the hardest I've laughed today. Thanks, Pam.
We're getting closer, BJ. Have you started another work yet, Blacky?
No, I'm still working on last.
Do you need
night's one.
paper? Do you need paper?
Probably not. I made a ridiculous Amazon purchase the other night where I got some sketchbooks and stuff.
Tell us about your art haul.
My art haul.
Yes.
I bought 2 of these A5 little sketchbooks with paper that I believe Scungy grades as shit paper.
But for sketching, right?
And three A4 size ones, I think, maybe four A4 size ones. And it's ironic that ever since receiving them, I've only been drawing in the A5s, even though I've got a glut of the A4 paper. I suppose
Sketch weight, right?
What?
Sketch weight.
I don't know what your artist terms mean.
Okay. Is it thin? If you put water on it, would it buckle?
Probably.
It's probably about 80 GSM.
Yeah.
110.
Okay.
That's not bad, 110. That's not bad. You could do a light watercolor sketch on that.
I don't know if I'm the right guy to be fiddling with watercolors.
Yep, that paper won't hold up to getting wet very well.
This 140 buckles if I get it really wet. Red streamers, BJ says. So I took this, I bought one of these notebooks, 140-pound watercolor paper, put stickers all over it, gave a table of contents, and started painting acrylic. There's the drink I had that evening. It looks,
it looks like a
brown,
fine
looks to be a brown liquor. Let's see the drink.
BJ says the blue background with the red streamers.
All right, I'll hold that up just a second, BJ. Thank you for clarifying. I was trying to nail down these palm trees. I still don't have it. I did end up getting a print. And then just going sketch crazy, gnomes and cardinals. And then here's one you might recognize. This one became a very popular print. A little cardinal there.
Do
I don't know
you?
what's going to work.
Oh, what is it? St. Louis. Do you have a tie to St. Louis? They're the Cardinals, aren't they?
Yeah, I have so many in my backyard at my feeding station.
Oh, cool.
Who's he?
He's a raven, but he's a modern art raven. And there's a little sketch.
Waspers.
Yeah, it started the fly building with wine
yeah.
cork kind of thing.
Get the anatomy down first, right?
Yeah, that's right. A little field study. And then a three-dimensional sculpture sketch.
It's almost like you're putting like work and stuff into your art.
Yeah.
Wild. What a
I
concept.
planned this palette print rack, and then I built it. So there's what it looked like after it was built. Yeah,
Nice.
blurry. And then I started painting the flies. All right, so BJ said blue background, red streamers. Okay, there's one. There's one.
That one's fuchsia. It was
Fuchsia.
the first
Yeah.
Purple.
Yeah, it was the first one you showed. Your right hand.
that one. Yep.
Isn't that pretty? That's kind of cool. Is that
It
it,
is.
BJ? Red streamers, blue background. She's probably had enough. Yeah, fine. That's it. Perfect. Anyway, that was my sketchbook, one of my sketchbook. And I did what you did, Blacky. I went to Amazon and I bought a bunch of them. So they're everywhere.
I mean, I was really only there on Amazon to buy some replacement pens that I'd run out of. And then I knew that I only had like 2 possible pages left in my existing sketchbook. So I figured I'd buy some more books for the future, just in case I stuck with it. I probably won't.
I started sketching some landscape compositions with charcoal, and they rub off really easily bad. So I started spraying them with
Yeah.
hairspray.
Yep.
Is that what you do, Pam?
That's what I used to do, but now I use, hang on, I'll show you.
A bit of greaseproof paper between the pages. Doesn't that help?
I always like to spray fixative. I used to use hairspray, but now I use
Yeah.
fixative. It
Yes.
is better. Yeah.
I think fixative is much better.
And you can come
Oh,
back
yeah.
in.
Yeah, Pam, I see that.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
used to, when I first started doing charcoals, I used hairspray.
Yeah.
It will work too, but they don't really make the hairspray like they used to, Like
No.
when I was
I need
younger,
to get
when
some
using it for
fixative.
that, it was
But
like,
this
but they
watercolor
passed the
paper,
laws against aerosols now, so you
it
can't
doesn't
buy it.
hold. It does not hold the charcoal at all. It's just powder that falls off.
Yeah.
So I need to get some fixative for sure. All right. So BJ says yes on that one.
Do not get the what kind is it? Krylon?
Krylon.
Yeah, Krylon. Don't get that.
Okay.
Do not get that. That is the worst spray ever, Rack. Don't get it.
Okay.
I
That
ruined a
stuff you
drawing
have,
one
I think
time.
they have a big blick.
I finished this drawing and it was like on a smooth bristleboard type paper. And I sprayed it with that Krylon spray. And I sat there and watched the charcoal spread out and all the details disappear right in front of me.
That's horrible.
Eek.
So don't get the Krylon stuff. It is not good
I'll
for
get
art.
the stuff you got. I think they carry it at Dick Blick.
Yeah, I think that's where I got that one. Yeah. And the
TJ.
Grumbacher is also a good one.
Yeah.
They make a
And
pretty good
the fixative that Sarah spoke of is also available at art stores. All right, BJ, what do you want to give me for this so I can give it to Pam?
Ow! 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 I didn't even touch you. What'd you do that for?
Who was
The
that?
cat looked at me, Mum.
That was my dog. She has these little hissy fits.
I
If
thought
I
they were
move,
generally just
like
when
sleeps.
the cat
She
looked at
sleeps
her.
right by my
Hey,
feet, and if I move a toe, she screams like I stepped on her.
Pam, are you good with 25 for this?
That's up to you, Rack. I mean, that's
Hey,
totally that's your.
yes, BJ, 25. Pam, put your PayPal in the chat. Don't send me any money, BJ. Send it to Pam, and I'll mail you this.
Okay, hold on here. I got the easiest.
Thank
way
you,
to do it.
BJ. This was my wife's favorite colored sketch, and her favorite black and white she collected. You didn't see it tonight because it's already on her shelf. She has a good eye, like you. Thank you, BJ. BJ Palmer owns this. Look at that. She's gonna have a nice little
Collecting all the good
original
art.
painting
Yeah.
there. I need to write her address down. Do I have your address, BJ? Lot number 1 for me tonight. Okay. Okay, there's Punchy Paint's PayPal in there, BJ. If you'll pay her, and in your, if you want to include your shipping address.
I got it. I got it because I got a package like sitting here ready to go out to her. So
Okay, Pam's going to
But I
forward
think
me
that
your
has to go to
shipping
the
address,
post
and I'm going to send you this.
Yep, I will send it to you.
You are stealing it, BJ, but I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy that you stole that. And I hope it brings you a lot of happiness. And now every artist sold something tonight. Thank you guys so much.
What a concept.
Yes. It makes me happy to know you're happy about getting that, BJ.
Scungy, did you send me those pictures so I could show them?
You're welcome to show them, but I thought you might like to see them. Actually, that's my motivation.
I'll show them on screen.
Hang on just a sec. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Oh, wait. Blacky's got him up. Okay. Oh,
yeah.
Isn't that absolutely gorgeous?
What's the medium there, Sarah? Is that just archival ink?
Yeah,
What pen do you use?
on paper. So the ones that I use are Uniball ones. I have used those ones that you were showing up before.
The Castell?
Faber-Castell. I have used those. But in the end, I like all Uniball pens.
Yeah, I use Uniball too.
It's
Me too.
Unipin.
There's the mother with her skull babies.
This one is this one. It's a different pen. Yeah, I like this one.
Oh, I love that.
More hidden skulls.
It wasn't meant to have skulls, but they just grew there.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they do.
What size is that, Sarah?
That is what's called A7. I would have to look up the measurements for what it is. Hang on. A7. Okay, so that's like 3 by 4 inches. I think.
3 by 4 inches. That's a little bit bigger than your card, right, Punchy?
Yeah. Yep.
And what would you take for something like that? What's the starting price?
Well, I don't usually try and set a starting price, but I think it's usually about like what, $20. It's like the starting price.
20
Yes.
USD.
Yeah.
And what is the Australian currency?
I would have to look that up as well.
It's on the board as AU. I guess it's just Australia.
Yeah.
It's not a krone.
Because it changes. But yeah, that'll be about 30 Australian dollars.
30 AU equals about 20 USD.
Yeah.
Sounds about right at the minute.
Subject to change.
On a daily basis.
On a title chart.
Oh, whoops, hang on. What have I done?
I love that one, Sarah. That vibrant one is so pretty.
Yeah, I like that one in black and white, but when she started adding color to it, it just blew me away.
Yeah, I'm a colorist. I'm a sucker for color. And that one has it.
Yeah. I'm glad because I almost put color on it.
BJ, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it lifts his spirits. I'll try to get a shirt out quickly. This one has bird features with colorful feathers and that foot pattern.
Yeah, so this is a sort of character that in some form or another has come out a number of times, and it is kind of bird-like, isn't it?
Nola's
Like-
Dolls and Aquatic says, many-eyed bird of many colors.
Yeah. But I am quite fond of it, and I have a feeling there are going to be a number more.
Good.
It's not finished yet. There are some things, that come through, and I just need to keep going to that place.
Yep.
And yeah, this one's not done yet.
Kat McKenzie giving BJ some care in the chat. BJ says he's a tough guy. Last of 3 boys. Oh, crushing his 92-year-old mom that adopted me when Dave and I married. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy to be a part of that story, BJ. That's beautiful. Who is Kat McKenzie? She's an all-star. I'm gonna go and chat. Is she one of your mods, Pam?
She
She
is. Yeah, and she's originally, her and I are friends from the King Frostmer stream.
She gets the Beautiful Person Award tonight.
Yeah, she is.
Sarah, did you get the PayPal payment from BJ?
No, I didn't get a PayPal payment, and then I did send an invoice, but no, I didn't get a PayPal payment.
Nice to meet you, Kat. Thanks for being a beautiful person.
She is. She's one of our mods on the King Frostmer too, and she's really, everybody loves Cat.
Oh, hang on, stop. No, yes, sorry. It looked like it said it's come, but it says that I've sent the request.
Okay.
Sorry.
It'll be so great if you get that worked out. A minute ago, Sarah, I went to PayPal and tried to search for Hippie Go Sick at Hotmail, and I couldn't get a hit either.
That's strange because I get payments on there like quite regularly.
Yeah, well, it could be a momentary thing too.
Most of the time it works on here, but yeah, maybe there's something going on.
Definitely an incredible family, BJ. Kat is always the sweetheart of the chat, not surprised. Earlier, Nola's Dolls and Aquatics stated flasher. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what she was talking about. That was about 7 minutes ago. Maybe it was in reference to one of your paintings, Sarah.
Maybe this one, flashing the skulls.
Yeah, that one came to mind when I read Flasher. Yeah, Sarah's pick with the surprise skulls. So next week you're going to have a couple more drawings done, Michael?
Probably.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
we'll see how it goes.
Well, we should work out a trade for artwork, Michael.
I'm listening.
Yeah, the next time you sell one, send it over here with one for me, and I'll send you one of mine, and I'll pay whoever you send it to ship it to me once it's in the U.S. So you can just add it to a sale without paying the shipping.
What do you mean? I'm confused.
You do a piece of art for me, and when you sell your next one over here, you put mine in the envelope too, and I'll pay whoever gets it to ship it to me, so you don't have to, and I'll ship you one of mine. We'll have a trade, and you won't have to pay shipping to get it to me.
Rightio. Sounds like a fair prospect. I don't know if I can churn out any reasonable art for you, though.
Well, I mean, you got to get busy. You're a hot seller right now.
I'm in that middle ground now where I don't know if you're being nice or just patronizing me.
Oh, I'm being nice. I've been where you are. I sold my first piece of art once.
I sold my first piece of art when I was about 14 years old.
You haven't stopped, have you? And Blacky's going to be selling art the rest of his life.
To be fair, when I was about 8 years old, I used to do drawings, and I used to walk around to all the houses in the neighborhood and try and get them to buy my drawings.
That's amazing.
And they did, because I was probably a cute kid.
You're cute and sweet, absolutely.
And I didn't sell any for many years in between.
Yeah. So you sell all you can while you're sweet and cute, and then you have to get good. Nola says Blacky is a piece of art.
Aww.
In a good way. I'm sure she means that. Nine people still watching. Anybody want to buy any more art? Pam's got a few pieces. Sarah's got some pieces. Michael is sold out. Blackie is sold out. You missed it.
I mean, I've still got my stupid coloured piece that I probably ruined.
Let me see it. Oh my gosh, he does have a piece.
And I've still got my bigger one, but that's currently reserved for Huawei, if we can work out a price.
That is a nice piece right there.
I'm still kind of the opinion that it was a little bit better when it was just black and white.
No, I like the color.
Well, yeah, that's okay. You just keep doing so many of them that are both colored and not colored.
Just churn them.
Yes.
Oh no, you're throwing your art away.
And breaking my microphone, apparently.
Set a coffee mug on that. Get a coffee ring going on it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That could be a compulsory trademark.
Yeah. Drop it on its corner. Make sure it's bent before you sell it. Artists are weird, man.
No piece will sell without a dog ear. What did I do?
Yep. So I've got a show Friday, and I've got a radio appearance tomorrow to promote the show on Friday. And that's a local downtown show. And then starting in June for 2 months. I have the big show at a gallery, Ravenworks. Ravenwork, you guys, if you're watching, and thanks for sticking around. Here's a tip. Check out Ravenworks Gallery and Custom Framing. Ravenworks, one word. And this lady owns the shop that does framing. She's also an artist. And she was an artist for a couple of years in Wilmington, North Carolina. She also did a couple of fellowships abroad in France. And now she has a gallery in our community. And I'm so fortunate to be able to have a show coming up at her gallery, Ravenworks. Check out the stuff that's going on over there. It's pretty amazing. And you here on Pam's live stream, Punchy Paints, I'm showing you glimpses of what's going on, the samples, trailers of a bigger movie that's happening.
Awesome.
And I actually started tonight at Pam's request showing you the folk art that's going into the Tennessee State show of makers and artists, Tennessee Craft in Nashville, Tennessee. So I've got a lot going on over here in the Eastern United States. And I'm not talking about it anywhere except on Punchy Paint's live stream. So, Pam, thank you for having me tonight.
Oh, anytime.
Sole
You're always
promoter.
welcome here.
Yeah. And I have 500 followers on Facebook at Rat Cross Studio. Thanks to you guys. Thank you very much.
So many achievements tonight.
I'm telling you, I'm going to rest on my laurels for a week at least.
6 days minimum.
I'm going to buy a Feed Me t-shirt. Thank you, BJ, for buying that piece of art.
Oh, have you ever, just out of curiosity, have you ever seen, being on the eastern United States, have you ever seen the poster that came out many years ago that says expose yourself to art?
No, but I saw yours and I loved it.
What?
Expose yourself to art. I saw your you have a copy of it. You had it in your home and you showed
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I had it in my home for a long time. I was just wondering if it was an East Coast thing or not, because it got really popular over
New
here.
England. Maybe New England. New York and North. But I saw yours and it was hilarious. I loved it. I think you should show it again if you have it.
I can show it again.
Blacky, have you seen this?
I think I have, because is it a dude in a trench coat?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. It's like my favorite poster of all time. I had it on my wall for years, and then I ended up giving it to my daughter because she wanted it. But I remember one time it was kind of a dumb thing. I had this group of people group of kids that were in our 4-H group, and they were like very religious. I think they were Southern Baptists or something, but they homeschooled their kids, and the girls couldn't wear anything but skirts. So like in the 4-H to ride horses, they had to have split skirts because they weren't allowed to wear pants at all, and all this kind of stuff. And my oldest daughter, Jessica, wanted to be friends with them, and she invited them over to our house for a Bible study, which was fine, whatever, But they came over, and I know the whole thing was planned, and it hurt my daughter's feelings so bad. But they came over and sat down and looked at me and told me that I had to take my poster off the wall. If they were going to do a Bible study, I had to take my poster off the wall. And I looked at them and told them, no, I will not be taking my stuff off the wall for you.
Good for you, Pam. They were
And-
Darwinists.
They-
They were Darwinists, and they were trying to improve the species.
And they got up and left, and my daughter cried so hard, and I felt so bad. But
Horrible.
it was like
Absolutely horrible.
I wasn't going to, I just wasn't going to bow down for that kind of shit. No.
Yeah, they didn't accomplish anything positive.
No, and they had the whole thing planned. I mean, I know they did before they ever walked in the door. They knew exactly what they were going to do.
Yeah, they felt compelled to do that by their dogma.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
Yeah. But that's the same daughter that has the poster now, so she obviously got over it.
Is she the one that's doing the work with the fiber?
Yes, yes. Yep.
Still creative. Good.
Yep. But not to offend anybody, but I'm not like overly religious anyway, so.
No.
Yeah.
Far out. These little beetles. Thousands of them. I'm getting attacked. I'm getting eaten alive by beetles.
Oh no.
Speaking of Darwin, he said God must have really favored beetles because there were so many of them.
Well, see, what I heard was that God must have been just a little bit autistic because of how many beetles there are.
Well, someone
that was-
obviously bastardizing Darwin scripture.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not 100% convinced that autism existed in Darwin's time.
No, not before Diet Coke. Sorry, Pam, if you're angling for a Diet Coke sponsorship. No autism, no peanut allergies. That was 2000s thing, not 1800s. I want a poll, straw poll. Anyone here, have you read Darwin? Pam, have you read Darwin? Blacky?
Nope.
Sarah? I'm the only one. I read Darwin.
I didn't read The Origin of Species, but certainly over the last 30 years, I've seen plenty of his writings apart from, reading the whole book.
I read the book.
Excerpts here and there. Yeah.
I read it cover to cover, every word.
You still got your copy?
I closed the book after having read it and said, damn, no finches. Not a mention of the finches. I was anticipating I would get to learn about Darwin's finches, not in that book.
Yeah, I think his finches were an afterthought, weren't they? He
actually collected them and made some cursory notes, but sent them to someone else to study.
Yeah.
So they were
That's what you get for
significant because they
delegating.
were Galapagos, and someone was able to study them remotely. And they are remarkably fast changing as a bird species, especially in relation to their beak sizes. Oh, and for the fish fam. So, are you guys familiar with endlers?
Yeah.
Yeah, Endler's guppies. They're not really guppies, but Endler's guppies. So Dr. Endler was doing genetic studies similar to Darwin's. And so the book that was published, the modern book that discussed Darwin's finches, is called The Beak of the Finch. In The Beak of the Finch, it also describes the work of Dr. Endler, who collected Endler's guppies in an evolutionary study and determined that the brighter colored guppies, the males, were more susceptible to predation. So the lesser colored endlers were able to reproduce more often. And then they adapted to their environment where there were less predators that were more colorful. And so this was a fantastic study by Dr. Endler, and that's how we discovered the Endler's live bearer.
Huh.
And this was prior to them being available in the pet industry. And now they're a pet industry favorite, and we don't know that story. But if you want to know it, the book is titled Beak of the Finch, and it's basically concerned with the study of Darwin's finches on the Galapagos. Modern scientists go back and do additional studies, but in relation, it talks about Endler's live bearers. And you're welcome. Art and science, same life. Beak of the Finch.
Awesome.
You are, Pam. And with that, it blew Blacky right out of the room. Just blew him out. GRB Aquatics. Listen to this. So you think you can read a book and be cool? GRB Aquatics says, I was born in Darwin, Northern Territory, Australia. I guess that was named after Darwin of England, Charles Darwin. No one's read Darwin. And what about Alfred Wallace, Alfred J. Wallace? Anybody heard of Alfred Wallace?
That sounds really familiar to me.
His name is buried in natural history. Alfred J. Wallace, get this, co-presented the theory of evolution with Charles Darwin at the Linnaeus Society. The debut of the theory of evolution required two presenters that collaborated, Charles Darwin and Alfred J. Wallace. However, we only know of one of those names, and it is not Alfred J. Wallace. So fact check me on that and learn what you can about this amazing man, Alfred J. Wallace. I went to the Smithsonian Institute, United States Natural History Museum, special invitation, permitted to go look at the bird skin collection. I had a special project, was allowed access behind the scenes, pulled drawers of amazing birds and bird skins, and found bird skins over 100 years old.
Wow.
Over 200 years old, prepared by Alfred J. Wallace in the jungles of the Amazon region. Photographed them, held them, and the Smithsonian made me sign a waiver. I can't use those for educational purposes, which basically means you'll not see it on any social media content. But Alfred J. Wallace collected these skins, studied them, submitted them to science. We have them in our repository in the United States. And they document the findings that Charles Darwin used to publish Origin of Species. If you look deep enough, you'll see that he recognizes Alfred J. Wallace in his notations. And at the time, scientists in the know knew that Alfred J. Wallace was a partner in the formation of the theory of evolution.
You'd kind of expect that they'd want it to be part of education, but then again, I guess they want to still be teaching creationism in education instead of
What
Well,
was
science is
the
a big boy. It can take on all comers. Let's evaluate the facts and reproduce what we can reproduce, and then assign it names as necessary. But the rub is Alfred J. Wallace is left out of the annals.
Yeah.
He was a working class stiff out in the jungle collecting specimens, and Darwin was from a family of blue money, very old money, and very influential. So we know Darwin wrote Origin of Species, but we don't know that it took Alfred J. Wallace's research in the field to
to
present,
complete it?
with Darwin to the Linnaeus Society, or
Well,
else there would be no
from
theory.
stuff that I've learned, the Smithsonian has the Smithsonian buries a lot of stuff, and yeah.
Yeah. Well,
From
you're
what
not, they don't so much bury it as I
they
think they
hide
make it
it, things
available.
disappear. Things get sent to the Smithsonian and then disappear
Well,
to their
it's only
archives,
available to
never
the
to be
elite.
seen
If
again.
you're not elite, you don't have access.
Yeah.
You gotta have that blue blood.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Like me and Blacky and Pam and
And,
Sarah.
and also,
Yeah,
also
sorry,
things
that
that,
was right
that
beside
don't
me.
fit the narrative of what they want people to believe also get buried in the Smithsonian.
Yeah, there's an incredible amount of censorship for convenience.
Mhm.
Convenient censorship, yes.
Yep. And the Smithsonian is pretty famous for that, actually. If you start checking back through history of different things that have supposedly gotten lost by the Smithsonian.
Oh, ask the Wright brothers. Have you heard of the Wright brothers?
Yeah.
They invented
Dayton,
flight.
Ohio.
Yeah, but they learned to fly in North Carolina. And so the machine that they figured out flight with was displayed for a decade, more than a decade, in a French museum. Why did France have the machine that discovered flight? Because the Smithsonian propped up a researcher from Langley that he was supposed to discover flight, not these bicycle repairmen from Ohio.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so for years, the machine that was used to discover flight was displayed in a French museum. Fact check me. I'm not making this up.
Oh,
Fact check me.
I totally believe you. I have read so much about what the Smithsonian has done over the years that
And
it's
so
like,
when I finally made it
nothing
to the
surprises me.
Aerospace Museum and saw the Wright flyer there and read all about it, it required a retraction. You know, and Orville Wright said, "You will not have my flyer until you acknowledge that your sanctioned flyer, Langley." Are you familiar with Langley, the term?
Mm-mm.
Langley, if you look, all the CIA, all the spy movies, they refer to Langley as a place, Langley, Virginia. Well, Langley, Virginia is the namesake of this pilot that they wanted the credit for discovering flight, only he didn't. They set him up on the Potomac River with a multi-million-dollar budget, unlimited budget, doesn't matter the number. And he went up a ramp and fell flat like a lump of concrete, the press said, into the Potomac River.
No,
I think I've heard that. Yeah.
But they gave him credit for discovering flight. And so the Wright flyer went to France for 10 years until they retracted and said, "Nah, you discovered flight," because they were defending a patent. The patent on flight is for not the propulsion, not the seat that carried the pilot, not the wing, but the aileron, which controlled the wing. The aileron was the patented feature of controlled flight.
Controlling the falling with style.
Controlling the falling. So the controlled mechanism was called an aileron, and that's what the Wright brothers patented, and Langley never had a clue about. And so once the Smithsonian acknowledged that, they sent the Wright flyer to the Smithsonian, and I've seen it finally hanging there.
Where is the Smithsonian?
Washington, D.C.
Oh. Sorry, Scungy, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to go and make dinner.
Yeah, I know. Too much new information is exhausting, right, Sarah?
Sure.
Especially when it's about the United States.
It's also 5:30 in the evening, and I've got
we should.
Yeah, it's 3:30 in the morning here, so
Yeah,
I really,
10:25
I feel
here,
for you.
so we should probably go ahead and call it a night.
Hey,
I
Pam,
pity
you
you
got to
if
send
it's
me
in the morning.
BJ's address, right?
I did.
Okay, thank
Facebook.
you. Thank you very much.
And thank you everybody for coming in. Thank you for people that bought the art. And thank you everybody for hanging out this long. And thank you, Kat, for modding. And Grasshopper, I hope you're feeling better if you see this, because I feel really bad that you have such a bad toothache that you had to lay down. I'm sorry.
Pull that shit out of yourself, son.
And good night, everybody. And thank you, Rack, for coming up, and Blacky, and Scunge Princess, and Terry early in the show. And good night, everybody.
Good
Thanks
night.
to you.
Thanks,
for
everybody. Thanks for
facilitating my first
letting me
ever
rant.
art sale.
And thank you, everybody that's watching the stream in the future.
Kiwi Mamo.